Seamless, absolutely late and seamless. 5 minutes late. This is going to be wicked. Lovely to see early 6672. That just went up. Cracking. I've got a lovely roll VT. I've got a lovely VT set up. Me and my man DT will have a little look at some cultural artifacts, some moments from history and culture, some contemporary, some from the past, some from the future. I've actually got some clips from the future, which they are, if you think about it. Oh, mate, they are, if you think about it, because you ain't seen them yet, have you? Yeah. All clips are from the future. Right, hang on. Let me just get the Harry Monk off the glasses. A massive early VAR. Oh, hang on. Burp mute. Sorted. I'm yet to get I've just got because I've got so many things. I've got so many things. I mean, if it's things you're after, I'm your man. Let me just get this sorted out on YouTube so I can drop the entropy link in. Like a pinner. Loads of OG scrubs on the firm today, as would be expected. There's my man Devon. He's just popped in. So I really was going to load of old chat, but not. There's no real need, is there? There's already 100 people here. We certainly are, Clark. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get some LOs out of the way. If my man DT, and he doesn't need an introduction, but there's a couple of things I want to say about him. Hello, Steve. Hello, Dub Power. Hello, Dub Power. Hello, Johnny. Good to see you. Rusk is on the firm. Zen. Hello, mate. Clark. RP. JP. My boy Cray. All good. They were all in nice and early. Hello, Livy. You right there? Fact. AIU is responsible for many of us first becoming scrubs. Yeah, without a doubt. You included and me included. No, he's the mother father. Yeah. He's the digital bum fanny of the glorious House of Scrubs. That takes a lot of background knowledge to put that one into a, that's like a cistern searching. Anyone else been cistern searching? I mean, you get very bored flushing the old chain, don't you? And then after a while, you're a cistern searcher. It's as simple as that, isn't it? Right, you know how it works, people. I'm sure there'll be some noobs along today or people we haven't seen very long. 10 says point the camera down. Yeah, just imagine a baby holding an apple and it's throbbing like it's got like the devil is out of breath. Yeah, you don't need to know much more. Nice one, RP. You can fire questions at me and or Devon. And if I'll try and involve many people, but obviously Entropy's link at the top or Super Chats link, you know how to do Super Chats at the bottom, will get priority because I'm essentially a prostitute. Patch, man, I've had so many things I wanted to tell you. Patch used to be here every day and then he went and got himself a bloody job. I know. Patch, I shared a room with a Tokai lizard that was that big. Yeah, I've got some photos as well. I might see if I can dig them out and I'll get them to you. Hello, Robert. Hello, Void. Hello, Jared. Right, we'll be here all night. Hello, Yiz. Hello, Brian. October. Loomy's on the firm. Emma G. Right, that could go on forever. Let's get Devon in, shall we? No, let's just do this little intro. So I met Devon. It gets a bit complicated because my memory doesn't work, but I think the first time I met him, I was going through a period of high times, and he had one of the laptops like me. He had like a rugged Extreme. I might ask him about that, and I remember just eyeing it up and thinking, how'd you get a laptop that looks like a tank? I want one of them because I hate those wafer thin laptops. I've got a stack of them out the back. I just break them. So that's how I ended up with one of these beasts. This a laptop that looks like a tank. Look at it. You can't really see because you need light to see. Focus. And we had a great chat actually. and then I met him again after I just got clean. I was sweating like a bitch. And anyway, I finally said to him, how do I make a YouTube channel? And he told me, and I did. And then he mirrored one of my videos, and I went from like 130 subscribers to about 2,030. And without those early blips, like I asked Baring how to make a channel. I was on the phone to Baring, phone. Hello, Bayswater, 2845. That would be like that, wouldn't it? Hello, Bayswater, 2845. He was, you need to get this, you need to get this, you need to get this. All this software that I spent about 4 weeks trying to track down and not pay for. Didn't work, none of it. And then old DT, Devon Tracey, AIU, Fear the Root, Atheism is unstoppable. He just said, just get OBS easy. And there we are. And here we are. And I've maintained and developed a continuing friendship with him ever since then. Watch this. DT.
Hello, friend. How are you?
How am I? I'll tell you what. That's a Vart, Devon. Do you want to say Vart?
Vart? Is that connected to something to do with your anus, or where's that?
Well, no, it's connected to something to do with donation, but there is a Freudian linkage between money and gifts and the anus. So yes.
Okay, yeah. The G-spot. Beautiful.
What did you say?
I said, actually, I wanted to say, did you make a subtle reference to Monty Python when you said wafer thin?
I did, yeah. It's the puking after dinner mince thing. Yeah.
But it was so subtle that, like, what percentage of your audience caught that?
I call it the subtle English.
Mm-hmm.
You caught it though, didn't you?
But I mean,
you're subtly English.
But it's interesting because, like, I know other people that say stuff like that, where, like, Ricky Gervais will do that, but there's no expectation that a large percentage of his audience will get it, but you feel no need to explain it.
Yeah, definitely. It's lovely occasionally when I'll drop something in that's so far away, you know, culturally and historically, and someone in the chat will nail it, and yet there's a couple more lily pads to get to, so you know I won't sort of, well, pretty much like that one, you know, it's not just I haven't quoted something and I know that quote, they've remembered where it's from, and yeah, it's quite fantastic.
I guess also to explain it would be to kill it too, and that sort of is laborious. But I remember Dennis Miller, his comedy stylings. I guess he's still around, but he was the king of making a million really obscure references, and he was basically telling jokes to like 4 people.
I didn't see that going there. I don't know who the fella is. Never heard of him.
Dennis Miller?
Yeah, this is peculiar. I recognize his face, but I don't.
Oh, no. Really? Saturday Night Live alum? Am I mistaking? No, that's right.
And then he's definitely a comic, and it says here he's a conservative comedian.
Now he is. Like later in life, he became, which is funny.
A bit like you. Let's not go there tonight.
No, but it's a bit like Bill Maher. I mean, Bill Maher is
just recently.
Well, he's constantly being berated for being on the right when he hasn't really moved, and he keeps saying that. But you know, it's absurd. It's just a reflection of the absurdity of the shifting landscape politically. But also, go ahead. Oh, I can go, or you can go.
It's you always get priority. Yeah?
Okay, well here's my thing. I think after the exhaustion of 2014 to now, I am just exhausted of tribal politics, period. And there has to be more interesting things. Of course, we're going to ramp it up again over the next presidential election, but it just doesn't matter to the degree that people think it matters.
I have got to the stage where I've said all I've got to say about that stuff. I think I've had as much influence on this platform as I can and want to have in that area. And I don't want to just keep saying the same thing over and over again, which I ended up doing. So,
it does reveal that we do want to draw lines in the sand and go, this is my team, that's your team, let's go. There is something fundamental about that gives us a sense of camaraderie, community, or drive. And somebody in the chat had written, "We are us." Is that now a common thing?
Yeah, you set that in stone around here. It's a
Did I?
hashtag. Yeah.
Okay, because I think I titled my video that because I was so enamored and enchanted by that phrasing. We are us. It's so simple. It just halts you, and you're like, wait, what does he mean by that? It means a lot, and yet it's only 3 words.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting to note that has endured.
Yeah, no, it's a regular. Thank you, Planet X. Much appreciated, mate. Quite to that. Let me just make sure entropy is working. It would appear it is.
What has
Okay.
Dangerfield got in store for us today? I have no idea. I think he's edited something. Is that
I've made a roll of tape. I haven't got
Oh
any
my God.
magnetic tape, have I? I dream of the good old days. I had my favorite musical. I'm so old, man. My favorite rock and pop outfit. It's called Spiritualized, and I left a comment on one of the songs they made, but not even their official YouTube channel, about how they edited one of their songs because it was really bizarre. And then the bloke that fucking actually done that edit answered my question and told me the full story. And I said, "Do you want to come on my channel and talk about that?" He went, "Yeah, all right." And he came on and we chatted for hours. And you're an editor, you'll understand this. He so the band isn't a band, it's one bloke really. There's rumors that he's dead like literally yesterday, so that's not so good. But he had 3 or 4 mixes of this whole album and he wasn't happy with any of them. And so this engineer bloke that I'm talking about, Mads Bjerk, his name is, he's worked with hundreds of successful recording artists. He said to him, "Well, why don't we just sort of mix them all together and get these, strange sort of phasing. If you get the same drum beat twice and put it out slightly, you get that." Well, they done a whole album like that, and it was hand splice. They were cutting tape, and he said it, because it goes out of time too much at sometimes. He said sometimes you'd have like a 2-inch bit of magnetic tape that you'd have to cut and splice like that. And mind blowing.
Well, yeah, I kind of was a little disillusioned when I saw a documentary about how they made Nevermind, the Nirvana album, and the fact that they double up on the vocals, doing the same thing where you have a guy sing it twice and there's slight differences, but it adds a lot of body to the sound. My first instinct was like, well, this is cheating.
Hang on. So did Kurt Cobain sing it twice, or did they just double up the one recording?
No, they sang it multiple times, and then they would layer it, stack it, and he didn't like to do it. So his audio engineer had to trick him into doing it, and he would say things like, "This is what the Beatles did," like if the Beatles.
It's a standard thing to do. It gives it so much more oomph. You know when you haven't got that. I mean, the only songs really that you'll get a single vocal track these days is those where it's a piano and a voice, and the voice is kind of like what's her name? She's a very good singer actually, so she can pull it off. Oh, Adele.
Yeah.
She'll do something like that, but because the voice is only competing with a very quiet percussion instrument, the piano. Piano forte. That's the full title for it. That means soft, loud. A lovely name for an instrument, soft, loud. But when you're only competing with notes on a piano, your voice will hold itself. Take a band like Nirvana with a drum kit. I don't know Nevermind very well, but I know a couple of the songs off it. There'll be 8 or 9 guitar tracks on those things. It's not their one guitarist and Kurt pretending to strum along. And so a voice against that can very easily disappear into the background.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the proof is in the pudding. It's like, it is good. It sounds good. People like it. The only problem I could foresee is when they perform it live and it sounds nothing like what people are used to. Where
it was quite successful, wasn't it? Nevermind.
Yeah, it did okay. But the thing is, don't you find that when people do live shows, and I'd never go to any, but they always try to deviate from the recording that everyone knows. So they're sick to death of it, and they're like, we're gonna do a remix of this, and we're gonna change the melody and kind of do something fresh.
Having been in bands, it very quickly you will, unless you produce your albums in a very raw fashion or your songs in a very raw fashion, unless you produce them in a very raw and almost sort of lo-fi aesthetic, you very quickly realize that you're two bands. You're a live band and you're a recording band. Because you just, with modern technology, you just cannot get those sounds. And I think you'll probably understand this, and most of the people in the chat, well, most people, when you're young and you go to your first live gig, most people are quite disappointed because they think it's going to sound like the album they've been listening to. And it takes a while to understand live music because you're not used to that. You're used to, I'd imagine that the average pop song's got 30, 40 tracks on it. And then you're watching a drummer, a bass player, keyboardist, guitarist, rhythm guitarist, and vocalist. So you're not going to get the same thing. So
yeah, for me, I was never into like bands per se, or the ability for someone to play an instrument live. I respect it, but I'm not wowed by it. So for me to know the name of a guitarist or a bassist would have been a real stretch. But it's funny because it's like I'm talking to my friend Phil Anselmo, who's planning a big trip. He's the lead singer of Pantera, and he's trying to get the band back together basically for a massive tour. And in my mind, I'm thinking, why don't you just get any guys to play the music? And you're the face of the band, you're the voice of the band, you're the creative force behind the lyrics. Surely that would be enough to entertain. But for hardcore fans out there, they're like, no, we need the actual guys. Go dig them up wherever they are in life and pay them what they deserve. But for me, it just doesn't have any significance. I mean, am I just shallow on that?
There's also the work involved. If you get the original musicians, we're going to do this, same old set list. They know those songs. You're going to, a professional a professional musician is going to be able to learn them, but they're not going to know all the bits where sometimes if it's going well, the soloist is going to do another few bars and all the things like those weird communications when the bass player looks at the drummer to give them a nod that at the end of this bar we're going to go half time for that section. All the arrangements. There's a lot of work to be done there. How would I feel if there's something a bit wrong about getting the band back together in the first place, isn't there? Just that phrase is a bit.
Well, it's always a money grab. It's always like, I mean, sometimes
there you go. That's why you need the original musicians then.
I'm amazed. Like you see movies, there's some trash movies coming out, and by big actors who I know, if you go check their net worth, it's like, why are they doing this? It seems just crazy that they're putting out stuff that gets rated 40% on Rotten Tomatoes. And yet they went through it all and they're like, I churned this crap out and I did it for money. And it just seems so depressing that is there not enough? Is enough ever enough when you're a multimillionaire?
I had this conversation just recently with someone where you're really impressed with someone's performances. And then I'll tell you who it is. Mark Wooten is a British comedian and one of the best, probably my favorite after Trevor Locke, who's also a friend though. He done a show on Channel 4, Devon, I'll send you some. I know that it will blow your mind. It's called My New Best Friend. People sign up to agree to go on this sort of reality show, and they're told at some point in the next year, this bloke's going to turn up and go, "Hello, John, I haven't seen you in years." And you've got to pretend that you have got a history with this bloke. And you've got to go along with everything he says to get the 10 grand. That's another story, but I'll send you those. But then I saw the same bloke a couple of years. I saw him do this excellent thing where we went to America called La La Land and this fake psychic, and it was amazing. But then I saw him on this sort of BBC One crappy sitcom and was devastated. I just thought, yeah, but he's a comedy actor. That's his job.
And, it's like, for me, I'm watching a new show right now. I binged it. It's called Only Murders in the Building, and it's Steve Martin and Martin Short, two famous comedians and very successful guys. And so when I see these guys have made a sort of sitcom or a TV show on Hulu, I'm thinking this has to be good because these guys are they're pretty old and they've done so well that what on earth would drag them out of bed if not for the fact that it has some artistic integrity. So the show turns out to be good, but yet if you go look at the new trailers right now, there is utter crap being churned out. Like Mel Gibson is in a new one where he's going around killing people, and they're trying to do like the Taken sort of vibe, like the John Wick kind of thing. Like if you were an action star in the 80s of any kind, of any fame, you have a career in 2022 to go out and
Yeah.
kill people.
Yeah. Peculiar, isn't it?
Oh,
Old men fighting. What's his name who's the worst? Liam Neeson. I mean, come on, man. You can barely walk.
right. But I mean, I honestly, it's like a legit question of what can a guy with 50 million do with 55 million? Like
I
what
don't
is
think it's the money. I think it's a question of what's my role in life.
right.
And if you're an actor, you want to act and you want to show people that you can still act, and it's your identity. Because if you say to yourself, let's assume you're an actor, then you've got all the money you will ever need. I mean, 3 million's enough. That's all you'll ever need. Let's face it, really. But if you then just say, I'm not acting ever again, and you haven't got a family or your kids have moved, I finished with my missus I don't know how long ago it was now. We were talking about this the other day because I punish myself and test my girlfriends because I have trauma.
What, like pop quizzes, or how do you test them in general?
Well, by finishing with them and sitting here drumming my fingers until they come back. But I sat here one night, like the first night, thinking, right, wicked, that's it. Back to normal, free as a bird, just me, no one else to look after, nothing. And yeah, I just thought, is this it then? So now I just work and eat and slowly do that till I die. And so I imagine it's the same with actors and musicians. If you stop doing it and you haven't got any other drives in life, what are you doing?
Right. It's definitional to what you are. And so you have to keep moving forward, keep having momentum. And I guess that does explain a lot of it. And if you can make money along the way, so be it. It justifies itself. But I mean,
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Alec Baldwin and that movie he was doing when he shot the cinematographer.
Yeah.
I mean, that is obviously the story. Like he accidentally shot and killed this woman, but that movie was going to be shit. I mean, that movie was, we'll never know
It is
how.
now.
It was a low budget Alec Baldwin playing some sheriff out in some dusty town in New Mexico. And I mean, that will not be remade, which is,
Yeah, but there you go. I mean, maybe he hasn't got a big pile of offers on his desk,
Oh, he must though.
Yeah,
Although,
you say that, but there's an issue with well-known actors, and it's not typecast so much as it's got a sense of being typecast, but they've just got their historical baggage. And is your script going to be able to deal with the fact that everyone's going to just think that's Alec Baldwin?
right, but now he might be so fat and bloated that he doesn't even look like Alec Baldwin, so it might work to his advantage. But now he can't come back. What kind of film can he star in now? It cannot have any violence in it. He cannot be 100 miles from a gun.
I hadn't thought of that. He can never hold a gun, can he?
No, but if not, Alec Baldwin would have been the perfect guy to do the Liam Neeson Taken thing, or the Denzel Washington as the Equalizer, where you have an older guy who you knew from the 80s. He was in action stuff in the 80s, but now he's older, but he's still killing everyone, justifiably.
No, that's a fair point. But that is a specific example, isn't it? I think,
Yeah, he's in trouble for that reason, but I think he'll just go into the sunset. I don't think he will come back in any major way.
I'm surprised he came back from being so drunk and calling his daughter a bitch. That was quite the comeback, wasn't it?
But was that such a gotcha compared to other leaks? Was
Well,
that?
not compared to shooting someone with a starting pistol, I suppose.
But what did that reveal about him? Because I vaguely remember it. It's just him being a
oh,
nasty
it was
prick.
weird because it happened to him and David Hasselhoff like in the same
Yeah.
month.
But wait, Hasselhoff was just drunk and embarrassing eating a cheeseburger.
But I think that's what right. I am prone to make these things better because if you have a fake history, you've had a better life. If you remember things in a fantasy way, life's better. But I remember his daughter like with the camera on him, with the camera on him, sort of saying, "I'm going to put this on the internet unless you stop. You're killing yourself." And he was just like, "Get me another drink, you fucking bitch." Did that not happen? Let me see.
That sounds like Hasselhoff, right? Or is that?
It does, but I have got a memory that they both done it. Hang on.
The thing is, not all leaks are created equal, and some there's just no defense. There's no coming back from. Like the Richard Spencer leak was, there was really no defense for it. It was just sort of like damning.
Oh yeah, but what one?
Oh
Because
yeah.
I mean, him dancing Depeche Mode was the most damaging in my book.
Well, the fact that Depeche Mode's lead singer actually commented on Richard Spencer and said, fuck him, basically. I don't care. He's a
Don't
fan of
dance
ours.
to my music, Nazi.
Yeah, that was kind of wild.
I saw his missus. Also, I can't remember his name. Old Depeche Mode.
Hmm.
I saw his missus once in a meeting.
Oh yeah.
And I was checking her out and doing the old, just get eye contact with her. That's the first step. Right. Established that.
Mission accomplished.
Beautiful woman.
Mm.
And then sort of done my moves. All good. And then as I looked down, I noticed she was holding hand to the bloke she was sitting next to, who was him. It was her boyfriend. And I thought, how embarrassing is this? Quite bad. I'm trying to hit on a woman whose famous boyfriend is sitting next to her.
Now, did he notice you looking at her?
Yeah, because that's when me and him made stronger and more profound eye contact than me and her did. Mm-hmm. he was onto it. He was absolutely onto it.
Speaking of leaks and famous people, I want to ask you a question because I know that
can't find Baldwin, so I'm just going to write that one off.
Okay.
We'll go there another day. Go on.
I want to ask you because I know you have dabbled in drugs at some stage of your life. What do you think? Very matter of fact. What do you think of the Johnny Depp situation now that we have a little bit of time after the trial? The fact that all the stuff that was leaked on him, what was revealed about him, and what that did to his reputation, if anything. Did it enhance it or hurt it? Does he come off looking like a degenerate drug addict prick or just a regular guy who got a raw deal?
I think maybe a very small percentage of his audience give a shit that he done drugs. There's society is full of drugs, isn't it? I don't think.
Yeah, but also he's not claiming he doesn't do drugs. Like he's not.
Yeah, and I think that's what saved him. Actually, he just outright said, "Yeah,
right."
And he made it funny. And if you make, when they said, "Did you put cocaine in that box?" He said, "Well, you could put cocaine."
Right. Exactly. So that made him endearing, and he basically, to me, felt like Captain Jack Sparrow up there. Basically,
there you go. It was a bit of Captain Jack Sparrow and a bit of Hunter S. Thompson, wasn't it? He sort of merged. It was like Fear and Loathing in court.
What was his role? Was he in Eating Gilbert Grape? What was he in that?
I don't know. I haven't seen that one.
Okay. Abort that then. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why his leaks didn't harm him at all. Really, it just sort of
because I think I've got away with a lot. I tell a lot of stories about taking drugs,
mm-hmm.
and sometimes if you can be a bit cheeky, if you can. I think Johnny Depp only really done any damage to himself.
Actually, now that I think about it, maybe it was an endearing thing. The fact that he was showing you some of his dirt. Like, look, I might be rich and successful, but like I have problems. I got issues. And here's me sort of admitting that openly. So I'm not saying I'm better than anyone, even though I've had a good run of success.
It was, that's fascinating, actually. It was interesting that you've got this man owns a fucking island.
Does he?
And yet he still just does a few bangs a few lines of coke and gets too pissed too much.
Mm.
I think it actually maybe brought people closer to him. But if imagine that was Carl Rittenhouse taking those drugs.
Right. Oh my God! Imagine if there's a video release of Rittenhouse snorting coke.
There probably will be in about 10 years. That poor kid doesn't stand a chance. It's going to be so difficult for
You
him
don't think
to.
he can navigate fame?
I think he's an accidental child star in many ways, and very few of them survive that. And he didn't even want it.
He put out a video game that is the equivalent of duck hunting, but just like Kyle Rittenhouse branded duck hunting. And I mean, he's trying to make money. He's trying to. Why even go to college at this point if you're him, though? I mean, he has multiple millions of dollars. Somebody coughed something up.
But what do young men in a young man, early 20s, you want to be out partying and actually you want to be normal. That's what most young people, they want to be accepted as part of a group. And he's never going to get that. He'll be accepted, but he's not part of a group. He's very different to all of them.
It's funny.
He's got millions in the bank. He's Carl Rittenhouse. And so it's going to be really, I think, if I was him, or if I was at someone who loved him, I sort of do in a way, I would be putting into place, I'd be seeing therapists already, let's make your life very aware, very self-aware, because it's going to be, well, it's not ever going to be normal, is it? He's a celebrity.
Yeah, I might get concerned if he gets a couple of teardrop tattoos on his eyes to represent the two people he killed. Like, then I might think, okay, we got to keep a watch on this dude.
I think the real threats to him are going to be women, not because they're women, but because relationships are problematic, can be very difficult. And I watched one of your videos the other day about who was it? The woman coming out that Jake Paul raped her or something a year ago.
Yeah.
I never remember the names. Jake or what's the other one called?
Logan.
Is it really?
Yeah, Logan and Jake.
Okay, so she said that Jake Paul raped her, and that's the sort of thing I think that I've had psychotic girlfriends, and if I was famous, the things they would have done to me would have been awful.
In other words, someone associates with you, they have a golden ticket to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory of money if they just make an accusation, and they have some credibility.
Fame, celebrity, all the things that a fair amount of people think are going to sort their lives out.
And so if you're a guy like Rittenhouse, you're thinking, I'm famous, I'm getting attention, wow, this girl's into me. What could go wrong here? I'm using my fame, it's all good. And then next thing you know, you're Johnny Depp or you're
There you go. Exactly that.
Talking about fitting in, I was watching a YouTube video today talking about the death of masculinity in the modern world, something like that, but reviewing it through the lens of characters that have predicted the decline or the confusion around what a man is supposed to be today. And they were going into characters, and one of the characters was the guy from American Psycho, where apparently that guy...
Hang on. Right, so you've mentioned characters in movies and what they do when they're older. I've got a clip about that, which is already weird. I've got a clip of American Psycho, so this is already weird. Keep predicting the show.
Okay, well, I was fascinated because I've never looked at American Psycho through the lens of like, what is this?
But you have seen it, please.
I've seen it, but I thought it was more for entertainment. I wasn't looking as to what the message was. Is there anything like of substance here? But apparently that guy wanted to fit in, and he wanted to be normal or to do what he was told. Yeah. And it didn't go well, and there was obviously some things going on there. But they also brought up Fight Club and Ed Norton's character there, and what he did to conform to what life or society expected of him, and how that was causing some inner conflict with men. And of course, creating a Fight Club or an alter egos might not be the way out of it, but clearly there is some angst and some issues as to what we're supposed to do.
Well, interestingly, the ego is alter anyway. I mean, in sort of crude movie and literature predictions, it's always like another person, but ego is essentially our own other.
Hmm.
You know, if you're living in that, you're living in a place where you're looking to other people to fulfill and satisfy your needs rather than yourself, which isn't ego.
Hmm.
I don't quite know how that relates to what you said.
No, but it opens up some interesting. Well, anytime people seek patterns, and if you're doing movie analysis,
Oh, yeah, that's it. There you go.
and if you,
So,
yeah,
go on.
no, no,
No, go on.
if you find multiple characters that embody a similar trend or are predictive or warning us about things, like so, that's what one of the reasons I love Black Mirror is because it's not just entertainment. It's saying this technology plus humanity could cause problems. Here's an example, and we're living in that right now. I mean, all
Sure.
the time.
That's what I was going to say. The thing is
Mhm.
that in my life, the way I found to fit in, to be accepted in groups, which is, you know, kind of one of the main stabilizing parts of life, is to, ironically, to be who you are, to not lie to people, to be brutally honest with people. That's how I've they're the most success. That's when I've most successfully negotiated social groups. When you attempt to fit in by changing, by pretending, by putting on an alter ego, by being in ego,
Mm.
that's when it starts getting problematic, because you're acting. That's theatre then, and it's not sustainable because we don't respond to things. You can plan it, you can play it, but sometimes life's going to throw you a curveball, and unless unless you're so good at playing that part, you can almost respond like a reflex artificially. Your true self's going to come out, and that's when people are like, "Well, no, he's a bit dodging. He comes across all blah blah blah." But
Yeah,
sometimes,
I guess we fake it quite a bit, and I could understand. I could see people living most of their lives feeling like they're an imposter, a
yeah,
fraud, and
yeah,
it starts young. You know, you're told to play a role, you're told to act a certain way. You're not your true self. You don't even know your true self. You go on a
mm,
first date, that's not you. You speak in public, that ain't you.
there you
And
go.
the thing is, if you do come out and be the real you, yeah, you're facing rejection. What if you authentically get, just achieve failure and people are disinterested and they're like, I don't like the real you. You know, this is why people don't try to succeed in life
There
because
you go.
what if you fail? I'd
And
rather.
yet,
Mhm.
all my successes with women have been when I've been honest, straight in there. I just be myself. I pulled a girl. She was, Prada suit, £250,000 a
Mm.
year job, and I met her in a cafe. Asked her if she wanted to have a cup of tea, and she said, "No, no, let's go for dinner." Took me to some swanky place, and I said, "I am a heroin addict. I just want to get that out there." And that night, I injected her, if you know what I mean.
Whoa, whoa. So she was
Not
like
not with
a
that
first
one.
timer or
No, it was a flesh injection, Devon. I was trying to.
oh my God. I missed that.
I am seeing donations coming through, but I'll deal with them later because thank you, Billy. I saw that. I don't want to interrupt the flow, so I will deal with them all. I will not miss them, and they're much appreciated. They are the grease that keeps the cogs of this excellent machine of entertainment and knowledge driving through the valley of death.
You know,
Go on.
when you said I pulled the girl at the bar, my first instinct as an American was you physically assaulted a woman and literally pulled her. Um, like
That
I
happened.
thought, like a caveman, you smacked her over the head and dragged her back to your cave.
Well, I was a very ugly child with anemia and
Hmm.
jaundice and goofy teeth, and
Rickets.
I didn't enter rickets, cholera, and
Jesus,
I didn't
old
enter
timey.
puberty until I was about 15.
Whoa.
So I really had to be a personality to get female attention,
Hmm.
And whereas the handsome sort of young boys who had it all, they didn't need to develop a personality because they were pretty young boys.
Right. So you had
Now,
a.
when I got to 16, I suddenly shot up to 6'2". My cheekbones come out,
Uh-huh.
and I was just a bitch magnet. And I realized quite quickly that I'd see my friends And I knew what they were like at art school because I'd lived with them, and they were dirty, perverted bastards in a sort of a humorous young man kind of way. You know, they'd be like, "Oh, have you seen that fucking girl plays a cello? Fucking hell, you know, they'd talk to me like a man would talk to me about a bird he fancied." But then I'm in the bar listening to him going, "I've always loved choral works, loved them." And I'm like, "What the fuck? Who the fuck is this?" And I realised quite quickly, at art school anyway, I could go up to a girl and just sort of say, "Look, I've seen you looking at me, and obviously I'm looking at you. Shall we have a fuck or something? We don't need to do it now. Let's enjoy our night, and then when the bar closes, we'll go off." And it was like, yeah, all right. They loved it.
Wow. So you are basically Austin Powers with slightly better teeth. Shall we shag now or shag later? I mean,
Is that one of his lines?
Yeah.
Well, it's more of a Sherlock Holmes one, isn't it? What is it? He says to
He's shagging Watson. What's happening?
Dr. Watson. That's it. No, he says it's the line is come and see me if it's convenient, and if it's not convenient, come anyway.
I like it. You have no option out. So then,
right, go on. You go on.
You were raised with basically a full-blown case of leprosy. You're walking up to women, and you had to use humor to get in their pants. But if you went through puberty post like around 15, what did that do to your masturbation game? Were you not doing it at 13?
I started wanking as soon as I found it, really. Mm-hmm. I can't remember a time when I wasn't having it. It's quite interesting, actually. Most of my audience will know the first time I ever produced ejaculate, and I have to stress there wasn't a trajectory. It was like an afterburn, you know, when it just sort of comes out a bit later.
Feeble.
I don't like to use the word feeble when referring to my own penis, but you can. I quite like the fact that you do, actually. No, I wouldn't want you to say grand or anything like that.
Speaking of the amount and of veracity of the ejaculate, not the penis.
It wasn't ferocious, no. But I'll never forget that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if someone hasn't already put it in the chat. Let's just see. Because I'm serious. Talking of this, I'm going to go and have to have a wee. What happened was I was watching the snooker, and when I realised there was a substance with like a silky kind of. I'd never felt something so smooth and wonderful. And Cliff Thorburn, the Canadian snooker player, was like literally on the screen with his big eyebrows and moustache, with his cue in his hand, sort of giving it that, right?
What?
Sort of giving it that.
Oh, Lord. And
I just finished, and I was sort of like, and I even knew, I was only about like 8 or something. I knew at the time that I'm never going to be able to separate Cliff Thorburn like that.
That's incredible.
With the production of...
Oh God, that's unfortunate. So unfortunate. I mean, that reminds me of the old editing of the old pornos where they would cut to a close-up shot of the dude's face, and you're just like,
you're coming when Ron Jeremy's going, "Is that the best thing you've ever had?" And you're like, "No."
You're like, I am now like honorary gay because I just came to the sight of it.
There you go. I didn't want to say as much as that, but that was where my thoughts were at the time. I felt like I'd like imprinted, like with your mother as a baby. I'd sexually imprinted with Cliff Thorburn. I mean, anytime I go near a snooker hall, I have trouble walking. It's a terrible time. But the first time I ever did have ferocity, there was this VHS video going around school, and I was quite low down the list of getting hold of that, and that on its own was quite nasty to know that there would have been a couple of mil of fingerprints.
Oh yes, stickiness is afoot.
And I got it home, and it was rare to get the house to myself, and so it was just burning a hole in my libido for quite some time. And finally, Mum, Dad, brother, we're going to your auntie's. You coming? No. How long are you going to be? How long are you going to be? We'll be back about 11, lovely. So they were videoing something. So I had to wait for them to stop videoing some TV show. And as soon as I heard that fucking microwave go, and a bit of smoke come out. I took their cassette out, put mine in, and it was called something like Doctors in Lust. And basically, couples went to this sex hospital because their sex lives weren't going very well. So all the doctors fucked the woman, and the husband got to fuck a few of the female nurses.
Of course.
And it was so erotic. And I was just for hours. And every time I was about to hit completion, I had a bowl of ice water next to me just to sort of sprinkle on and go,
You want to prolong it.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Give it a good sort of 5 minutes. Cliff Thorburn, here we go, snooker. And then build it up again, build it up, another 20 minutes. Hold it back. And up until this point, I'd never, what's the word we're looking for? I'd never actually ejaculated. I've said the word.
Okay.
I actually said ejaculate, but that's not the same as ejaculated. But of course, I totally underestimated my ability to, get distance. And when I finally thought, here we go. And I'll never forget it. Mary Millington on her back, blue, like about half ounce of blue eyeshadow, massive canungas, and this doctor just humping her. And I just went, nah, nah. And I shot myself in both eyes with about a litre. And now, this is where this gets very complicated because we've looked at these images on here before. We won't now, but in George Bataille's book, Images of Eros, he has pictures of the Chinese torture called the 100 Pieces, where they cut 100 pieces of flesh off you. So you die slowly. They cauterize the wounds so that you don't bleed out. And they give you opium so you can feel the pain, but you don't die, not enough to make you faint. And they're awful photos. Like there's a man with a saw halfway through this bloke's legs. You can see all his ribs. He's got no arms. But George Bataille points out that his face is looking up. And if you were only to see his face, is it agony or is it ecstasy? Which is, historically a literary trope kind of undermines it a little bit. But, the difference between agony and ecstasy is probably a lot finer than we think. And so I've got this burning sort of CS gas going on up here. But the other two balls, there's a symbolic ball relationship between eyeballs and my balls. It was pleasure and pain. And I was sort of going, and I felt like life had chopped 100 pieces from my libido.
Wow. What an experience. I think that there probably should be a name for when you come on your own face accidentally.
You cocky?
You cocky. Oh my God. Did you just come up with that?
Did you just come up with it? No, it was 36 years ago. And can I just say that Yiz said revolting and ungodly? Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you, Yiz. But
okay, I'm totally on board with you, cocky. That is incredible. I mean, the speed at which you surely had that in the chamber.
No, I no.
Oh my God, I was ready to have a deep think on that and like go into a brainstorming session and try to workshop that, but no, immediately perfect. Well done.
Matt says a danger Sunday. It's a bit local though, Matt. It's a bit local. We have got weird names for some odd sexual things around here, like a Welsh Elvis.
Sounds
degenerate. I can't even remember what it is. A Spanish uncle. I'm sure some scrubs can tell you. That come from a mate of mine who he made his Rice Krispies, but used up all the milk and realised he didn't have enough milk for his tea. And so he'd already put sugar on as well, and he poured them into his tea, and he called it a Daddy Crispy. And it was like, he'd go, just go for the Daddy Crispy. And so we spent a couple of streams going through there, going through different variations of those kind of things.
My God.
Devon, can you entertain the troops while I have a wee? All this talk of my little fella.
Okay, sure. Yeah. He's famous.
You've done it before, right?
Been on YouTube and had to entertain an audience.
You can actually You can your link to Censor TV is in the description. Might be a good time to.
Oh, sure. Yeah, do a commercial. No, it's fine. You guys don't need to go over there. I'll use a little reverse psychology. But yeah, that's where I post videos, and I'll tell you the thing. It's nice to be under the radar a little bit. It's nice and it's not nice. On one level, when I first started and I was gaining traction in a platform, that comes with a lot of fun, a lot of inspiration. You're getting big numbers, you're creating stuff, and then it's being seen, and then there's money and certain perks to it. But then once that train stops and it's like I'm not growing and my audience is quite conservative and small, then that comes with some downside. It's tough to grow, and you don't get like this big head of like, oh my God, I'm just growing exponentially. And where's this going to end? I'll get to 1 million subs and just flex on that. That is not going to happen, because the problem was that I'm speaking too honestly about things. And it became pretty evident that the people in power don't want you to do that. And there's no such thing as free speech. And that's why I'm over at a place called Censored, which ironically gets censored all the time through payment processors, through social media. In fact, try typing censored.tv on Facebook. They'll block you. They'll say you can't post that. Yeah. In fact,
and what I will say, people, Devon's link to that is in the description. But when you go through and sign up, it's only a tenner a month, come on. Make sure you use the code AIU, because if you don't, multi-millionaire Gavin McInnes gets it all.
Yeah, and then you'd be supporting the Proud Boys, and you can't do that.
No, you might have just sold them on not putting you in now. But on Censor TV, there's about 40 content makers, but Devon is directly under Gavin, and it's not alphabetical order because I checked. So Gavin McInnes obviously knows where his value is. So there you go.
We got an underage girl on there. We got a crippled dude on there.
Soph is the underage, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
Great stuff, though. Great stuff. Right, shall we get into the cultural artifacts?
I'm so ready.
He says that the Proud Boys are fake and gay. I can't confirm that, but that's fair enough. Our pal says, I really wish I could see all Devon's old videos. They were fantastic, weren't they? I remember that one. It was probably the first ever race realism video I watched, and your soundtrack, the Fugees thing, was really ramping up, and your frustration was really ramping up, and I was just sitting there going, and he was just going, It was something else.
That's interesting to see a playback of the emotional impact that outro had. I've done several, but yeah, I mean, I have a few points.
It was the one where I think you start off talking about New York, and you say, let's have a look at the stats. And then you say, yeah, but surely this is just New York. Let's have a look at and it's the same. And then it's the same here, and it's the same here, it's the same here. And then that's the start of the build-up, and la, 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 la. There's that little bit in your voice where you just, now you're pissed.
Yeah. Well, I love, look, New York just came out with their stats from 2021, and it's been making the rounds, and there are bar graphs, and it's absolutely crazy. Everyone should be aware of what's happening in New York. Be aware of the demographics, the population, and then who's committing the crime. I mean, for that not to be just common knowledge, or not even common knowledge, people should be outraged by that. Like, it's an outrage, it's an embarrassment. But I do take issue with that video being referred to as race realism, because that is a slur and a derogatory comment, which no one can defend.
It's also just what it is,
right?
If you
I mean, I'm a snail realist. I'm an ejaculate realist. Like, I believe in real things, and when everyone else is discussing these things as if they're real, I mean, everything is a social construct. I hate the fedora tipping person who says words are social constructs, like pronouns or like race as a category. That does not impress anyone, and it is a useless thing to say. It might as well not have been said.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Okay, thank you all for the donations. They will be dealt with. And Carter Cole, I can see yours. Lovely to see you as well, Carter. Always a pleasure. Get Carter. Right, I've got 2 VTs. I put them onto their own reels, so we don't have to rely on YouTube clips. This could be interesting. Let me get my list out. Actual preparation, eh?
Beautiful.
It's incredible, isn't it? Let's see. There's my AIU bookmark.
Mm-hmm.
Little drawing of you there. Oh, you and Cliff Thorburn. How strange. Right. Okay. So let's open with this one. I call this one. Now, I think most of my viewers will have seen this. But maybe you have. Let's have a look. Let me find it. How am I going to work this? I'll get rid of Dennis Miller. I'll get rid of Alec Baldwin drunk. I'll get rid of that because it's dull.
Nice.
And
You're killing tabs. That's very painful for me.
I know. Likewise, your proliferation of tabs always makes me.
I'm the tab father. Yeah.
Yeah, and everyone mentions it. Why do you do it? Doesn't it slow your computer down or something?
No, Chrome is pretty light, and I have a powerful computer, like you mentioned earlier. But I think it's just my mind is not finished with what is on that page, and therefore I don't want to close it.
Yeah, but how can it not be? There's too many things there.
No, that's a good point.
Anyway, right, I'm gonna move over to headphones so that I'm not really sure why actually, but there we go. Let me do a bit of computer hacking. This usually takes a good 7 minutes.
Okay.
Right. Okay. 1 second, I can't hear you yet. They have noise cancellation. It's good actually. You can be in a foreign country and not know you're there, and not really be in your own life. Right. Okay. I think we've got the tape up. Let me just check. I can hear it. Right. We're good. Okay then. So this is how this works, Devon. I've done a couple more of them. I've done one with my old art school tutor, and weirdly, it's pretty much what you've done with my boy LP the other week on I Hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
We look at things and we step off them as a place of something to talk about. Okay,
I love it.
Let's start with numero uno. There's a lot of this, but we won't watch all of it. But enough of it. I've done my due diligence on these. That's due, not due. And it's legit as far as I can work out. This isn't theatrical.
Aha, what have you found for us here?
So on his T-shirt, it says neighborhood hope dealer, helping others prosper eternally. So neighborhood hope dealer, hoping others prosper eternally. Remember, he's got that on his T-shirt. And this is.
I'm interested in the ad in the background. Tap, pump, go. That feels sexual to me.
I hadn't noticed it. Yeah, we outright say here would tap or wouldn't tap every time a female comes on screen.
2 of those words are sexual in connotation, no?
No, without a doubt. And the third one's behavioural after you've done the first 2.
You having a go?
Right, here we go.
What are they even selling? They're selling like an app or something for a financial transaction, and it's like, or just a credit card, and it's like jumper, humper, dumper. Buy our credit card. Like what?
I'm trying to think. Does anyone know? Does anyone know what tap pump? That's terrible. I mean, is it terrible? Is it amazing marketing? It might be intentionally sensual.
Maybe that's the new hashtag. The 3-word hashtag instead of WeRS. It's tap pump go.
Well, it wasn't until you just said it, but that will be now.
Well, words to live by.
Anyway, here we go. I'm going to tap pump go. Let's tap pump go.
Okay.
Yo, bro.
Okay.
Right. So could you hear that, Devon? And I just want to check that everyone else could hear that. Yes, Mrs. Me in it. I could see your donation. Chat, could you hear it, please? Let me just know. You're already laughing. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I could hear it.
Audio good. Right. Here we go. A bit more then.
He is out.
Obviously, if you want me to stop it at any point, Devon, just
okay. Yeah, I'll stop it now. It looks like he is reenacting a slow motion punch from Mike Tyson, and like he's in the middle of reenacting a knockout, and he's like,
I thought you were going to say bullet time from the
yeah,
Matrix.
yeah,
perhaps.
basically, it's bullet time. But so a hope dealer. So clearly the guy is on dope. Like this is crazy. But I also like, is this in England? I guess not. There's American flags. in the
This is America.
Okay.
He's a checkout man at a gas station. I suppose we call them petrol stations.
So the fact that they've made the H of helping red makes me just look at helping, which makes it sound like it's a Cockney dude. So I'm sort of helping.
Oh yeah, I see. Helping there's Rosper Earnley.
Yeah, it's like some sort of Jafaican slang from London.
How the fuck do you know Jafaican? You're a really weird bloke. Jafaican's amazing. Anyway, let's see some more bullet time. You just call it and I'll stop it.
Look. Bro. Can I get the toilet? Bro, you are faded.
Okay, Pop.
I'm very impressed with his left hand. It's,
Yeah.
the stabilizing action he's got. It's like a rudder.
Yeah, on an airplane it would be called an aileron or something. It's the So what is the correlation between the piercing and this type of behavior, this type of drug use, or the hair color?
Yeah, I would certainly say the hair color. I mean, I people with more face furniture tend to be compensating for a lack of personality. That's my experience at art school.
Because
I
I look at this and I think, well, first I think tap pump go, but then I think he's made mistakes in life, so he's showcasing them. So like,
you got that from the hair, did you?
Right, so like that's strike one, and then the nose pierce thing is strike two, and then I'm sure there's other strikes to be had, questionable, gear on, but the fact that what we're witnessing, the end result of that is clearly another bad decision he has made, but we should not be surprised, is my point.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. They don't stand out. I mean, if he had a top hat on and like a sort of a what do you call it, a moustache that's twisted at the ends, it would be kind of, they'd stand out, wouldn't they? But this all looks part of a convincing altogether picture.
Yo, bro, can I get the toilet paper?
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So, oh my God. First of all, is that a deviated septum? Like that doesn't seem normal, does it? Look at how much he's cranking that nose.
There's no lower, there's no bone in the bottom half of his nose.
Well, it's all cartilage, but I mean, whoa. So it just dawned on me that he's the guy working at the place. This is
You just corrected me there, didn't you? It's cartilage, not bone. Fair point.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the man who works there. These people are trying to buy stuff.
What the heck? He looks like an extra from like some sort of post-apocalyptic, like Mad Max type. Well, the Mad Max, they wouldn't have sweaters like that. You'd have to put him in some more like more BDSM type gear. But yeah,
this is Mad Max 6, back to civilization nearly.
Exactly.
The what do you call it? The transition period.
But if I'm noticing, those are finger tats, and that's like strike 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it says hell. I had a good look at them. I can't confirm it, but I think he's got hell hand tattooed. Now I've got hand tattoos on me, so I have been in that mental state without a doubt. Not working at a gas station, however.
Crazy, bro. She's trying to get gas. I need toilet paper.
It's almost amazing that the bloke wants loo roll. It's like,
yeah. I'm predicting that this is fentanyl. I'm saying fentanyl on this.
Yeah, a couple of other people have suggested that. I mean, I've sampled fentanyl.
A little starter course, a little bit.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to get the kids on it, and
Talk about bullet time. You are dodging bullets your whole life, man. I mean,
have you not heard of Dangerfield's fentanyl stop, tap, go fentanyl kits? No,
I buy it.
Widely advertised in the US.
Okay.
Oh, the tongue is unpleasant.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy that the reflection. Oh, you you changed
No,
it.
go on. I'm gonna mute it and play it again so you can talk. So I went too far back.
Okay. For a second there, you had a light reflection right there. And it looks like he's crying digital tears right there.
Oh my god!
He's licking them. He's licking his own digital tears.
Yeah. Oh my god, he is. That's straight out of Blade Runner.
You know what's weird? Like visually, I'm such a weird dude. Like the hope right there on the t-shirt has the little cord lying over it, and to me that's reminding me of the Nile River, and that whole thing looks like Africa to me now.
Oh, I can sort of see what you mean. I saw something in that, but when they cut out of a letter to give it a negative image, but it wasn't that. It might have been the James Bond opening that I saw.
James Bond, or also a PBS logo. It could, that sort of font.
I don't know that one.
Okay.
Okay. Should we play a bit more?
Yeah, sure.
But crying digital tears and licking them and trying to drink them is amazing. That's you've won.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to see that little lap again. That's amazing. What people watch him lap is Woodlander. It's just so depressing. There is an element of unpleasantness about it. I mean, I'm not suggesting that's not there. But let's look at him lap the digital. Why would you need to lap digital tears? The analogy can be stretched. There you go.
Oh, he's kissing it now.
Oh, where's the audio? Come on.
You need gas and I want toilet paper.
What's of interest is what's it's incredible, isn't it? The bloke who's you can hear demanding toilet paper suddenly realizes he might be able to get this bloke to give him packs of cigarettes for free.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah, they take a different approach to the whole situation.
I love the idea that the thing standing between you wiping your ass and is this guy. Like, this guy is blockading that from happening.
I mean, whatever music he's dancing to is something that's, it's the album's called Digital Tears and it's playing in his head.
Yeah, you gonna get robbed, bro. Get robbed.
Oh.
All right. Yo, my man is out.
Oh my god. Yeah, wait a minute. It's a little bit like retard hand, because it looks like he's holding an imaginary orchestra wand, or Mickey Mouse from Fantasia, but also Jordan Peterson does a little bit of that fancy finger action, and so does Nick Fuentes. They have a lot of weird hand motions, but I think it is primarily for balance at this point from this guy, or he's just
called? It's a baton, I think it's called. Baton, perhaps, maybe. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. He's certainly got. I mean, his right hand is the full spaz fingers.
Yeah, there's some tension there.
I think the left one is a counterbalance, but the right one is that his 5th birthday when his dad threw his cake at his mum. That's all in that index finger.
But can we have a shout out to whoever is the manager at this store, that they're completely unaware that they have a total active drug addicts?
Well, I had a friend who used to be the manager of a very swish London restaurant, and I asked if I could meet her after work one night, and we met up, and she said, well, we might as well stay here and have a couple of freebies. So you can't hang around in the main restaurant because people see you, and she said there's cameras in there. So we've gone into the manager's office, and we've popped open like a Chateau Lafite Rothschild's, 500 quid bottle of red, and we're drinking it. And soon I'm humping her over the wine cellar fridge and all this lark.
Boy.
And about a week later, she said that the manager took her in and said, have you been taking drinks from the cellar? And she was like, no. And he said, well, come and have a look at this tape with me. And she had to sit there watching my little white ass going up and down as she lost her job. So I'm guessing that he knows. I don't think this man's got this job anymore. And maybe he's the boss. He could be the boss.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe we're taking that hope dealer to literally, maybe hope is a new kind of drug. Like it's just a branding of some other drug. It's just
There you go. That's what all that stuff is, just down the bottom there.
Yeah.
Well, Devon, I interviewed a bloke on this channel who I met
Mhm.
in Cambodia who made millions selling spice. He had one of these kind of places, like it wasn't a gas station, it was an off license. And someone said to him, do you want to start selling this legal high? And before long, he was selling more legal highs out of this one little box than he was alcohol in terms of revenue.
Huh.
So he then got in contact with suppliers in China who sent him a shoebox full of this white powder. He went online, worked out that you just had to dilute it in acetone, spray it on any combustible, packaged it himself, and he made millions.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and he showed me all the photos of him in his Ferraris, and a very peculiar bloke. Yeah, I had him on the channel. He wore a balaclava.
Wow, cool success.
And he was a dodgy bloke though, because I said, well, how many were you selling? And he said, well, I had like a £20 bag, and I was doing about 500 of them a day. He said, but the one that sold the most was the £2 hit, because he said the teenagers liked it. I was like, okay, that's that's great. And I said to him, I said, how did you know how much to mix up and spray on the thing? And he said, well, I didn't. I just worked it out by money. And the shoebox cost him about 200 quid. And he said one of those shoebox, I suppose it was what, 2-3 kilos. He said that was $750,000 revenue.
My God, drug dealing is the sweeping.
Well, I don't know if you know, but spice is absolutely rife in UK prisons. Everyone's on it, apparently.
But what is it technically?
Well, it's just right. So what happened years ago? There was there was the original legal highs in the 80s, which was things like cat and oh, my girlfriend's nan does it. Slamaloo, cola, just sort of psychotropic plants, but they haven't been refined. And then what happened in the 90s, that companies realized that if you produced like a chemical cannabis and like THC, basically pure chemical THC, and changed one slight part of the, I don't know the science terms, but just changed it a little bit. So it was an analog of THC. That's not illegal. So you can sell that. And then when they banned that, you just changed another tiny bit of the chemical makeup. And, it's not legislated against because it didn't exist yesterday. So they just kept doing that. They just kept making, like, you could buy that. There's a benzodiazepine people always talk about that I've never done. People in the chat will know what it is. It's modafinil, or they name it like something else. But the laws just keeps chasing because you can't catch up with a new analog of a psychoactive drug.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's always evolving.
Yeah, I think they've done something about it. I think America banned analogs, but even so, you can then make something else. And how are you gonna ban something that you don't know what it is? You're gonna have to take it to the, I don't know. I fuck knows why it's banned anyway. I mean, look what prohibition's doing.
Let me get a pack of Newports if you can. See if I can get it.
So they're now on the give me free stuff. So not much more happens with this, to be honest with you. He's just absolutely caned.
It looks like performance art. Like this would be at a art gallery. Like, something about the decline of Western civilization or America or the excesses of capitalism, something.
And unfortunately, it isn't a performance, and yet it's still about the same subject. Right, okay, I think this one ends here. Okay, right. So this is the second thing I've got for you.
Bit of cricket.
It's not. This is association football. Now, this is in Poland. Are you aware of the Premier League? Well, they nicked it from the Americans, kneeling before games.
Are they doing that for Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Well, they have a Stop Racism campaign. I know that.
They've had that in England for years. They have
Well,
armbands with "Stop Racism" on. I mean, imagine you're racist in the crowd and you see a footballer run past you, "Stop racism."
yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, you'll be halted in your tracks. But yeah, who would imagine that some low-class guys who are drunk and they're out watching a game of football and there's a person of color on the other team and they said something insensitive to that person? I mean, I can't imagine living in such a world. Definitely that
No,
is.
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the Polish are well based. Actually, they weren't buying it at all, and the English teams are cut to fuck. So Leicester City went out to play this lot. I can't remember the name. Oh, someone in the chat will know. It's Lega Ultras is the names of the supporters.
Okay.
Anyway, the Leicester City players are actually off screen here, but they are kneeling. Right now, I've seen the other angle, but the other angle you don't see the denouement, so to speak. So
they have bent the knee.
So yes, it's the bit before the match. If you can see my cursor, you've got the people in the middle with the standing around this the cup. Yeah, and this is now what's interesting about this is this was arranged in advance and 100% agreed with by the home team, because you would not be able to arrange this without them. This needed to be given the go ahead, and you'll see what I mean. But it's important that was said. So the British players are all on their knees, and this happened.
Huh. All right, I need the cultural context of what is being said.
No, you don't.
Oh, I don't. That is Bob Marley. That is Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison.
It's a very famous Polish king.
Oh my God!
And look what it says at the bottom.
Kneel before His Majesty. Oh my God. Wow.
And of course, all the English players are on their knees at this moment.
That's incredible.
Kneeling to a Polish king.
Wow. Well, they were prepared. That's incredible. Do they still have the monarchy out there?
I don't know, actually. It may be someone in the chat knows. Apparently, this is someone just said this is someone gave it him a name. SUBSTACK, is it? I think I'll keep the volume down. I think that's about to end though. But yeah, so imagine being a Leicester City player on your knees, and they've absolutely done you up.
There's a guy standing right on his lip, making him look like I have a cracked lip. But if he moved up a little bit, that would be a Hitler mustache. So you gotta be careful.
So I suppose really what it was an introduction to was the whole kneeling lark, and I suppose my angle about it is, well, go on. Actually,
okay. Well, I mean, if it's a reaction to Black Lives Matter, it's one thing, but I think the gesture of kneeling and submission to an ideology is sort of sickening, just on its face, and so I think that there's a backlash and a pushback to any sort of conformity like that, especially when it's dictated to us by corporations or institutions that just want to make money and remain powerful. It's just aggravating. So when you see it in commercials, and it's just like, come on, enough is enough with the virtue signaling. You'd think that there'd be a law of diminishing returns with it, and eventually, I think there will be a pushback that's sufficient to make it fade away.
Well, I think it's already happened, but I mean there's loads of Black community groups at the moment suing Black Lives Matter, aren't there? Because they gave their time and effort, and they didn't they got like $200 or something stupid, and they've actually ended up net negative. If they'd have spent their time doing the kind of work they were doing before in their communities, they'd have achieved more. and yet the Marxist leaders of Black Lives Matter just bought a lot of real estate. Now, you could argue that that's a good investment, and in years to come, they'll have more money. But, you know, I thought the idea was there was people there that needed that money and that assistance now. I didn't know it was an investment scheme, a Black Pensions Matter scheme.
Right. Yeah. It's the story goes away, just like corruption in African politics. You know, no one wants to talk about that. So I just did a video where they were talking about Rhodesia turning into Zimbabwe, and you know, they were happy to talk about it when it was whites in Africa bad. The second Mugabe gets brought up and his shenanigans, it was like, move away. Let's never talk about this again.
I was in the French House in Soho. It's like an actor's boozer, and the bloke, the old landlord, not the landlord, the owner, Noel, he's dead now. I was arguing with someone at the bar. It's a very small little bar, little place, and I said, as we were talking, I said, "Well, look at Zimbabwe," and he was right across the other side of the bar, and he turned, and he went, "Rhodesia."
Ooh.
Yes, sir.
Then they had the audacity to make the point. They said Rhodesia is awful. Why? Because Dylan Roof had a Rhodesian flag on a shirt that he wore, and that was the point. That was it. If Dylan Roof wore it, then you know the entire country, the history of the country, it's all bad. Like, never speak of Rhodesia.
Literally, Hitler sat down to have a poo. Anyone who does that's bad. That's ridiculous.
Depends on the nature of the poo, but yeah, I hear your point.
It's a fair point. If it was on Eva Brown's mouth. So yeah, it's weird. I mean, you know, it's in the rules that you cannot support political. That UEFA has and FIFA are politically neutral, and that just is not. There's no way that isn't. And I just think that's so. You know, they get cut so much slack, and I don't like the line bigotry of low expectations, because I've said it so many times. But it's almost as if, well, you know, they're black, so we let them off a bit. I can't imagine many. You know, if a football player took his shirt off like they often do when they score a goal, and had something like the British Nationalist Party on his T-shirt, he'd never play again. Never play again.
They're caught in a pickle of they want to be historically relevant, and they feel like if you have a platform, I mean that's the rule. Anyone with a platform, you have to use it for noble causes, and you have no excuse not to. And that
But how did Marxism become a noble cause? The leaders of Black Lives Matter have said, it's on film, that they're trained Marxists.
Yeah, but they hide that, and they in fact deleted that from the website.
Did they?
Yeah, because it got so much criticism.
Because of the 300 million deaths due to that particular ideology, they thought.
What did they say? They said something about the nuclear family, where they're like, we're against just the traditional family of man and wife and children. They're all lesbians. I mean, but it's such a weird thing. It's like, because you could be a lesbian and still be in favor of stable families and other, mainstream style families. It's the idea to eradicate that seems ridiculous.
Oh no! Well, that's the plan of the Marxists. Anything that helps hold up Western civilization, they're after destroying it. This is what pisses me off about the likes of, there's a woman called Kelly J. Keane. She used to call herself Posey Parker, but her channel's blown up a bit, so she's gone a bit more professional. Posey Parker seemed a little bit sort of early internet, and. She was the first person to say adult female as for a woman. And, she'd put these big billboards up and they'd get taken down. You can't, she'd put the dictionary definition of a woman up and all this. And what she came on my channel once, and then she said to me she'd have me on hers, but she won't now. She said she won't. And she kept saying, look, I'll have you on when I do a series of like radicals or something. Now, what upsets me is she has been banging on about, the whole trans thing and how women's space has always been invaded. Nearly every day she talks about this stuff, but she never asks why. I wrote to her and I said, I'll come on and I'll give you a reason. It might not be the real reason, but you never ask, Posey. I said to her, you moan about the way it manifests itself, but why do you think they're transitioning children? Why do you think you've got this geezer with massive fake tits in a classroom? You never go there, and it just seems bizarre to me. You're in like a rat wheel of nothing.
Why do you think they do it?
Well, because they're trying to destroy the West. That's why they want rid of the family. You get rid of the family, you get rid of communities. Get rid of communities, you get rid of nations, and then it's globalism. You take away the cornerstones of Western civilization. I mean, what would you say they were? Family is without a doubt one of them.
Yeah, I think a lot of these things happen quietly, and it's not announced. And I mean, there's so many canaries in so many coal mines that are dead right now that we have a stack of dead canaries, and people are like, that nothing matters. Let's just take some hopium and
exactly
work at a convenience store.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, they sweep up all those dead canaries. It'll be all right. It already had COVID.
Right, but it's seriously, like, think of COVID and the death numbers with that. And when it was 1,000, we were like in shock. And when it was 100,000, everyone was terrified. 1 million, when it got to 2, 3 million, whatever the final number is, we're all numb to it. So when you have cornerstones of society being eroded and undermined, but it's happening across the board on many different levels, who can keep track of this? Who has the bandwidth to follow it or to raise the appropriate alarm?
That makes sense. It reminds me of what's his name? He a filmmaker, Adam Curtis. I mean, he's on the left, but he made a film called Bitter Lake, and it's also it's based on or rooted in the story of Afghanistan and how that's changed dramatically over the last sort of half century. And his kind of what he says basically is, we live in a culture now where there's so much information that we're getting stupider because it's kind of hypnotic. And you'd have thought that more information would have meant, more knowledge and more thinking, but it's actually had the opposite effect because people are hypnotized by it all. There's, think of a day when you were 11 years old. What information? A couple of hours telly in the evening, maybe. But 11-year-olds today are just having so much stuff thrown into their heads from the minute they wake up to the minute they go to bed. And it becomes, you can't process that amount of information.
There's no integrity anymore. There's no standards. The truth does not matter. What matters is stories. We love stories. We love campfires. I mean, we are soaking up stories left, right, and center from the day we're born. And we don't verify any of it. No one does. You have to trust. And no one has the time and research or potential to figure out what is true or not. And so now we live in a land where everyone has the ability to create their own narrations, their own stories, and put out their own whatever. I mean, like, I'm doing a case right now about this famous murder from 1999, which was the subject of Serial, a podcast that was downloaded by 300 million people. Like, wow. Talk about a campfire. Talk about a story. And the podcast was called Serial, but it might as well have been called Reasonable Doubt Generator, because all she did, like, it's a whodunit, right? She's doing a whodunit on a case that was already over. The guy was convicted of murder, lost on appeal, like, multiple times, and she's raising doubts. And what do you know? The guy walks out of jail this week.
Oh yeah. You've done a lot of videos about these. There's this whole thing of white celebrities getting blacks out of prison, isn't? It's been going on a couple of years now, hasn't it?
And the interesting thing about this one, which fascinates me, is that there are no blacks involved, and it takes place in Baltimore. So it's like the one time someone was murdered in Baltimore that wasn't a black, it was a Muslim killing a Korean, a Pakistani, And it's like, so race is not the operative thing at play here. And yet it's this catnip that people have over the idea that someone was wrongfully convicted and that they're innocent. And it's this conspiracy. It's like the conspiracy nut jobs of the far left are into innocence fraud. That's what gets them going. So someone on the right,
Innocence fraud.
oh yeah, innocence fraud. This is the whole movement. Yeah. Because it's like, it gives them such a feeling of joy. You know, a lot of people.
Is that yours? Is that yours, innocence fraud, or is that a meme that's been going around?
Well, no, I do own the
trademark.
Yeah, no, I really do.
Shit.
Yeah, and I have a YouTube channel called
Good
Innocence Fraud, and I'm going to be making videos on this, and I might get into it. There might be a GoFundMe. I might see, because the thing is, I want to do some stories of my own, which is debunking the stories people have been told, whether it's the Tulsa Race Massacre or the Central Park 5. I've gotten my rocks off on my little YouTube channel, which got nuked. But if I had some funding, if I had a documentary team behind me, if I had the Daily Wire funding me or anything like that, I could actually make a mark on the landscape and actually give something to the world that is shareable, that is coherent, that just absolutely lays out what is happening before our very eyes. Because murderers getting out of prison, if that doesn't bother you, then I would have some serious questions about your moral code.
No, that's very exciting, and I think get that done. Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
My friend Rusky just put there enacting whiteness, though. That comes from an article from the New York Times, if I remember rightly. These 4 Bangladeshi lads, teenagers, they sort of come across some African American girls, laid into them with some racist slurs, and then pissed on them, urinated on them.
Tap, pump, go.
Tap, pump, go. There you go. And in the New York Times, it said, I'm paraphrasing, but I did read it a lot of times to make sure I wasn't dreaming. It said, in this instance, like many more, the race of the individuals is irrelevant because essentially they're enacting whiteness. And the story is, because they were immigrants to America, whiteness has rubbed off on them. I mean, how you blame white people for 4 Bangladeshi lads weeing on some African Americans.
But the whole Stop Asian Hate movement in America, where it was bleeps attacking Asians, that was blamed on white people. They said it's internalized racism, and the whites are trying to pit the other minorities against each other.
Wow,
total madness.
I mean that one's incredible, isn't it? Because I mean, I am getting those donations, people, and I will deal with them, and they're really appreciated. I haven't looked into this, but I know how much of it's going on, because there's so much blacks wrecking Asian shops and just smashing them up. I'm seeing loads of it, but I didn't know that was white people's fault as well. That's interesting.
Well, you didn't think about it long enough.
Well, I would have hoped, however long I'd have thought about it, I wouldn't have reached that conclusion.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe thinking about it was what made me not reach that conclusion. Enacting whiteness, incredible, absolutely incredible. Okay, next one, let's go. Bosh. Hit me. Right, let me see what it is in my little book. Where are we? Oh, why didn't we see that one? Oh, maybe I forgot to write one down. This is interesting. I think you'll enjoy this.
Mm-hmm.
It's if my list is correct, it's a sporting moment. Whoa. So 1988, Ben Johnson there. Do you remember this, Devon, when it happened?
Of course, yep.
Ben Johnson lined up for the Olympic final.
Yeah, his deltoids were surprisingly well developed for
He's certainly a well-defined lad, and let's see how he goes.
Oh, we get a little race.
Yeah, we're going to. There you go. Bit of race realism.
This is against Carl.
Carl is in there. Carl Lewis, yes, of course.
Who has great closing speed, but Ben and his big muscles had great starting speed, and he held it this race.
I'm just stopping it there because I can remember in the aftermath that shot of his face was on the cover of all the UK gutter press, and it was like, we should have known. You know, look at those eyes, up to his fucking eyeballs in the stuff.
It wasn't a skull shape analysis. Okay.
What do they call it? Phrenology. No, you have to go to the back of the paper. You have to get past the crosswords till they get to the phrenology. It's like a filtering system.
Of the Olympic 100 meters.
They're taking the great advantage that he has away from him. Let's see his
right now. That is as you just said. Ben Johnson was very quick out of the blocks, and I think there was 2 false starts. I can't remember exactly, and that was what they said then. That it was considered that there was a bit of because Carl Lewis was like, you know, the sort of American, the black African American dream child. It was thought that
he was an interesting dude. He kind of reminds me of a grown-up. Like a Michael Jackson brother.
Yeah,
or something.
like absolutely.
Kind of, ambiguously gay, and he had a terrible singing voice. He tried to sing the national anthem once, and it was god awful.
Yeah, he's like the missing Jackson brother. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, well, weirdly, he's like a cross between Michael Jackson and Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, I could see that. A little longer, but yeah.
can't break.
It's a fair start, and it is Raymond Stewart with a start. It is Ben Johnson with a start. Can Carl catch him? No, it's Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson does it again. Unbelievable.
And that was a new world record there. The previous world record, I've got a speech impediment and it's not working well with these words, but 9.83, and Ben Johnson run 9.79. So he took 0.4 off it or whatever. Now, I want to give you my take on this first.
Okay.
And I watched a documentary that was made a couple of years ago, I think, and Ben Johnson spoke in it, and loads of scientists, other people from the era, and everyone else said everyone was taking drugs. All of them were on performance enhancing drugs. And that was from the 70s right through to the people in the documentary are saying, oh, it still goes on. It's not a question of, are you on drugs? It's, have you been caught taking drugs? And all the athletes know. And Ben Johnson outright said, I didn't do anything. The only thing I'd done different to everyone else was get caught. Now, that would be my first point. And he outright said that Carl Lewis was full of drugs, and there was a scientist on there looking at pictures of Carl Lewis's change in face shape, you know, and you get that steroid moon face, and then you get that bigger chin, and you can definitely see the progression of the sort of the roid head. And personally, I think they should let them take as many drugs as they want. I mean, they can take drugs anyway. You know, sprinters are allowed to take ephedrine. And ephedrine gives you that speed out of the blocks. You know, it's not no drugs. And what are no drugs anyway? Sugar's a drug. You know, you take enough sugar, you're going to run faster. Caffeine's a drug. Is there a ban on caffeine? So, you know, just let them take drugs. Look at the amount of technology in, like, you know, Olympic level athletics. Why don't you just let them fucking take it? I'd love to see these blokes running. You know, can you imagine the javelin going out of the stadium? Bloke with one right arm about the size of another human.
Okay, well, that could be an interesting league, but I mean, there are differences between drugs, and to brush those over and just to wipe the differences away, to say caffeine is a drug and so is, like, you know, testosterone. I mean, there's a reason why there's an unfair advantage. There's certain drugs where it's interesting, like pot, for example, in the UFC. Is that performance enhancing or not? And you could make the case that it is, but it's not as obvious as something that's going to give you more muscles, more speed.
But didn't one of the Diaz brothers get banned from the UFC for 5 years for cannabis? And
right.
Yet,
so
yet Conor McGregor can throw a fucking one of those wheelbarrows through a window, and he just fight who he wants next week.
He did get banned, but they have pretty strict testing now in the UFC. But like, we went through this in baseball where, they all knew they were all on steroids, but they kind of turned a blind eye because the numbers were so big in 1998 and in that whole era. And so it is a little bit discouraging. Obviously, cycling had the same thing. And, if you're not cheating, you're not trying, is sort of the idea. And I don't know what it says about our athletes, about our role models, about fairness. Maybe we should just accept there is no fairness and like, who are we kidding?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be my point. I mean, to become like this level of athlete, Ben Johnson still woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning from about 11 years old and trained all day and every day, and missed out on his teenage years, missed out most of his life because he was in the gym or he was out on the track. And it must get to the point where your trainer says, well, look, the reason you're not getting on the podium is because they're all taking performance enhancing drugs, and it's up to you if you don't want to, but you ain't going to win.
Yeah, but you're cheating. I mean, I'm against cheating. I believe in fairness. I'm a Boy Scout.
Okay, but let me put this to you though,
Okay.
and I'm playing devil's advocate to an extent, but isn't it cheating anyway? Because essentially the Olympics is just like longer legs.
No. Okay, wait a minute. The path you're going down is very ominous. Now, I will grant that this guy, Ben Johnson, he didn't live the normal life. He was out there training. He wasn't a normal kid who was at home dabbling in Yukaki for the first time. He's out there at the track. But there comes a point where you have to have some element of fairness. Now, you say longer legs, and isn't that cheating? No, there are physical attributes that a guy might have.
Yeah, but I can't compete with basketball players, can I? That's not fair.
But you just won't be able to compete because of your own lack of ability, and they will just outcompete you. That's fair though. But what isn't fair is like, this goes right into the trans debate about men and women and why we have a separation there. So for example, that sprint right there, a guy of any age could have raced in that race. A 12-year-old could have represented Jamaica. There's no rule against that. An 80-year-old could have repped right there, because we've determined that age, when it comes to the 100-meter dash, is irrelevant.
Interesting. Yeah, good point.
So, but when it comes to gender, and I was just discussing this this morning about chess. In chess, they have things called women's tournaments. So it's like, it's chess, but there's a title called a woman's grandmaster. Now, a woman's grandmaster is not a grandmaster. That's a woman's grandmaster.
Mistress.
Right. And so the question is, why is it that women have their own category, their own titles, when chess has nothing to do with speed or strength? Why isn't it just one pool where everyone competes against everyone? And
that's a real spanner in the works, isn't it, with chess? That's a great one.
Well, and so you have a couple problems there. One is chess is dominated by men, not just in terms of who the best chess players are, but the people that play chess is mostly men, vastly mostly men. So it's skewed in that way. But also men have higher IQs. Now, not on average. On average, it's minimal. But the geniuses, the super smart, they tend to be men. So we have, and the super dumb, by the way. So don't before you go on a parade there.
No. I know the bell curve.
Right. So that would be predictable. It would be expected that men would dominate chess. But then you think to yourself, well, what are we then doing? Like, should we have an IQ? Like, everyone whose IQ is under 100 will have a category in chess for those dudes to compete, and we'll give first, second, third there. That seems a little bit, I don't know, degrading and pointless. So you can challenge why we have the categories we have and why we think that makes it fair. Like in the UFC, we used to not have weight classes. Now we do. But most of it is because we want competition. We don't want it to be a squash match. We don't want to see some 300-pound dude mash down a 125-pounder.
I don't know. Pride was quite entertaining.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I mean, I would bring it back. Like, when you think of like blood sport.
Do you remember that little 80-kilo bloke in his karate gi coming on and that Street Fighter?
He won the whole thing. That was what's so great about it, was that the lightest guy won the thing.
That's right.
Won the first UFC. But if you remember Bloodsport, Jean-Claude Van Damme and that, there's no weigh-ins for that. There's no weigh-ins.
The Kumite. But I'll come back to you with this. VAR, thank you, Manny Moo. Well, actually, because that's relevant, but now this is favoritism. Did Niemann cheat?
Right. Did Hans Niemann, did he cheat? There's a strong list of evidence to say he did, because We run his performances, his games. There's nothing to hide here. We saw the moves you made, and we put it into a computer, an AI, and it tells you the accuracy, like the accuracy that this guy performed. And he has performed with 100% accuracy at least
Wow.
twice in the past 3 years, and 90% or above over 20 times, showcasing to us that either this guy is the next Bobby Fischer or he's cheating. Because he's performing better than Bobby Fischer at his prime, Fabio Caruana, or Magnus Carlsen. These guys, if they ever did a game with 80% accuracy, it would be an astonishing performance from them. So, but this guy's putting in 90 plus, and he's 20 years old, and he's admitted to cheating at least twice before. So it's an incredible chess scandal that's going on right now. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know what he meant, but I assumed you would. I mean, I'm trying to think what the performance-enhancing drugs are for chess. That's really interesting.
Well, you know what
Adderall?
the thing is, it's easy to cheat in chess online. So you could just have another tab open and have a computer, an engine, a chess engine working on your behalf. But this guy is cheating over the board. So in person, they're saying he's cheating, and people are saying, well, how? How is he getting signals? How is he getting, the knowledge of what to do? And it has been proposed that he has anal beads in his ass that are vibrating in such a way with Morse code.
As soon as you said that, because I was thinking narcotics, because I tend to go there first.
Mm-hmm.
But there's plenty of magicians, mentalist tricks that use that sort of technology, where if there's a live audience, you can easily pass information on to someone on stage, easy, and up the arse for obvious reasons, because it's not going to be found on a pat down, is it?
Yeah, and this guy has had a...
Imagine, Devon, though. Imagine you're just a bloke who wants to play chess, and you get to the world, the top, the world final, and you've got doctors sticking fingers up your ass. You only wanted to play chess. Steady on, mate. There's nothing up there.
Exactly, but it comes back to cheating in sports. Is it right? Is it wrong? I mean, my God, does your gender matter? When I remember watching marathons, and they will have a camera on the top pack, and it's a bunch of Kenyans. I mean, really, there should be a non-Kenyan league of marathon running at this point. But
that makes sense.
They also follow the first female runner, and she's, a couple 20 minutes back, basically. But there are camera crews there because they find it of interest, and it's intriguing to them, and it matters to them. But the idea that we should separate everything out, or that fairness doesn't matter, to me is sickening. And this is the same reason why I'm offended when a murderer gets out of jail. Like, this should strike you at some core level as being wrong.
I mean, after I watched this documentary, I was convinced that top level athletics are using drugs. I was convinced. Now, that's not very scientific, but they had people on there who'd resigned from the job of testing because he went to the Olympic board and said, oh, you need to change this because this test isn't efficient. All you need to do is this. And the Olympic Commission said, no, we're not doing that. And he said there's only one reason why they wouldn't have done that, because it would have showed up positives. And he resigned.
I heard a stupid argument from Steve Shives, and I did a video on it, where he was talking about, this collegiate...
Does Steve Shives still make content?
Absolutely. He's a Star Trek content creator primarily, but he puts in social justice stuff from time and again. Yeah. So he was covering the story about this female swimmer who broke a bunch of records because she used to be a man, right? That's right.
She came in about 30 yards before the number 2 place.
Exactly. And these people come in with the worst arguments in the history of time to say why that's okay. One of the arguments was, hey, yeah, she did break a collegiate record, but there was a woman, natural born woman, who was faster once. So the world record holder, there's one woman on the planet that is faster than this trans woman. So therefore, what's your effing problem? That's an incredible argument. And then his other argument was, back in the day, there used to be baseball players, but then came Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth was way better than everyone else, and he had power, and he could pitch, and he was just a great hitter. And so he was way better. And so sports has had a history of generational talents that come around and just are better than everyone. And that is what this trans woman happens to be. So what's your effing problem, you bigot? I mean,
That's incredible.
it's unbelievable that they, as adult human beings, get up and say arguments like that, waiting for people like me to just, shoot them down from their high perch, and just like pop the balloon of their own insanity and go, are you kidding me with this shit? I mean, how could anyone not do a reaction video to that? This is not rocket science. These people, they lay out such retardation that it goes without saying how to shoot it down.
I think what really upsets me, what really upsets me is the amount of sacrifice. You sacrifice your youth, you sacrifice your life to be an athlete at that level. And I've seen them on the podium, the bronze and silver are these like little women, because they are little, and there's this gargantuan lady in the middle, like with a gold medal, and the women are just like, yeah, but it's a bloke, it's just.
But look, this is a social construct. This is a human thing, this desire for fairness. Have you ever seen a wildlife documentary where it's a lion chasing a gazelle, and the gazelle is pregnant, and it stops and craps out a kid and runs off, and the lion just goes, oh, well, I guess I'll just eat your kid, and like,
I haven't, but I can imagine it. Yes,
exactly. And so it's like, is that fair to the gazelle? Is it fair? Is anything fair in nature? Why do we assume fairness is like this thing to be fought for and achieved?
But couldn't you? Doesn't the using drugs example question that though? Because if it isn't fair, then why don't we let them all use drugs?
Well, maybe there's other arenas of society where we don't have rules and we just take the best of the best. Like, for example, I don't know, movies. Like, if you come up with the best idea ever, we don't care how you got it. You could have. That's
really interesting. What was it? I mean, what's his name? Bill Hicks. Not my favorite comedian, but I think it was him that said, if you're anti-drugs, you might want to throw your record collection away or something like that.
Right, exactly. So if Quentin Tarantino,
you can't like the Doors, they were on performance enhancing drugs.
Yeah, right.
Jimi Hendrix, performance enhancing drugs.
Well, maybe you can enjoy that movie and go, look, where's the fairness? What's the competition? But what about the Oscars? Why is that? You can't let that movie win because the writer used drugs to come up with those really wacky and cool ideas, and these other guys were doing it sober. I mean, any sort of artistic competition, fairness is kind of out the window a little bit. But like, if you came up with your story for West Side Story and you go, look, here's my little secret, it's actually Romeo and Juliet. And then you go and interview Shakespeare and he's like, actually, I ripped that from this dude. And, you're borrowing from a million people and you had a team of people write it and you didn't come up with these ideas. No one cares. And no one would view that as that's not fair. Either you come up with it all on your own or else we don't want to see this. So it's weird that sometimes we kind of pick and choose. And I guess it's competition. The ethic of fairness really comes to play.
Yeah.
It's
an interesting one. All right. Okay. I like that angle on literature, though. I mean, you can't actually make anything up. You can only take what has already been and rearrange it with creativity anyway. So
do you remember Vanilla Ice, Ice Ice Baby? To me,
forget it.
That song is a good song. And even if you acknowledge it rips entirely the bass line off of what other song is.
It's a Queen song, isn't it? Dum 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 dum.
Under Pressure, right?
That's it. Oh yeah, Under Pressure. It's not Queen, is it? Who sang that? Bowie, maybe Bowie.
Okay. But so the fairness issue on sampling comes up in court, where the lawyers will sue the F out of you if you sample a song and don't give credit. So people do get paid, and there is justice restored on that front.
But my point is that music, you can't invent music. You only can take what you've heard and rearrange it. That's all you can do. That's the only, and with writing, and with any creative stuff. That's a massive argument. Let's go on to the next clip. However, as my old man said at the time, though, when all this kicked off and Ben Johnson was found to have been cheating. My dad said, well, it may be so, but he's still the fastest man on the planet.
Right.
There you go. Look, I got them right. I got them both right. Look at that. I thought I got them both wrong, but I got them both right. Nice one, Yiz. And it's a fair point. Ben Johnson was the fastest man on the planet now. You know, do you, Devon? You're of an advanced vintage to remember the Soviet Olympians. Do you remember the shot putters, the female shot putters with their moustaches and they used to come on. Here's Olga. Well, they were throwing further than the Western men.
Yeah, I'm remembering some Chinese ones. I mean, to this day, they're pretty butch. But yeah.
And also those Chinese gymnasts who were like 7, and they went, here she is, 16-year-old Ying Tong Ting. And you're thinking, are you sure she's 16? She weighs about 4 kilos.
Well, trying to date or age an Asian person is a art, not really a science. It's very difficult to do that.
Well, okay, let's move on to the next one. Here we go. There's a story. I'll tell you another time. Here we go.
979.
Absolutely incredible.
Yes, it is incredible.
Right. Okay. So interesting. Mickey Rourke, of course. Now, Ben's a Dream Johnson's a good call. So Mickey Rourke, I used to, Mickey Rourke to me is when I was a young man, I just thought, what a handsome, the ladies loved him. He had a sort of a cheeky sort of naughty edge and all that. And then he disappeared, of course, like these people do. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we? Movie stars, they get to 40 odd and there's not a lot of work for them because people want blokes in their late 20s, early 30s. And then, of course, he came back, didn't he? And he won an Oscar for the movie The Wrestler,
right,
which in a way was an analogy of Mickey Rourke's life. Although Mickey Rourke wasn't a wrestler, he was a burnt out, plastic surgeon fuck up. If you haven't seen The Wrestler, I really advise it. Mickey Rourke's fantastic in it. But let's just have a look at the fucking state of Mickey Rourke at this age. This is him being interviewed just after The Wrestler was made, about 2010, if I remember rightly. Check it out.
Relax. Well, first of all, 2 things. One is Mickey gave me.
I mean, gosh. I'll just drop this in at the start. I was speaking to a friend who is like a multi-millionaire. He owns a couple of those white boxes in LA. Those houses that are just modernist nightmares. And I was talking to him about Mickey Rourke around about this time, and he said to me, and I think England had just seen Sly Stallone's mum for the first time when she rocked up on Big Brother on the English one. She come in and she went, "Yeah, it's Jackie," and everyone was like, "What the fuck is that?" I think it was England's first introduction to surgery for surgery's sake, rather than trying to look young. And this is what my mate said to me. He said, "You're missing something here, Chris." He says, "In LA now," and this from experience of being out there. He said, "It's not so much about trying to look young with surgery. It's more of having had surgery. Oh, you've had that. You're having surgery. That's the points. Not trying to look younger." And that took me years to get my head around, but I kind of understand it now.
Well, maybe it's not to look younger, but not to look traditionally old. So it's like he looks like something. I don't know what it is, but it's not anything I'm used to.
That's a great point. Yeah. It's not young, but it's not old.
Yeah,
which is preferable, I suppose. Wow. Yeah, you've absolutely nailed it. Let's have a little look more. Again, don't forget, tell me to stop whenever you want.
Yeah.
I'll hug him. Man, he's strong. He's like a bear crush. I think I've damaged a rib. Strong man.
It's the steroids.
Actually.
It's really. I mean, it's just what a transformation. Let me just get a picture of Mickey Rourke up.
Okay, but I mean, this gives me a lot of Johnny Depp vibes. I mean, Johnny Depp is on that same path.
Is he?
I think so. Long hair, very avant-garde dresser, facial hair, weird glasses.
You know what? Aesthetically, yes, but surgery, I wouldn't have thought that Johnny Depp had surgery, has he? Am I being naive there?
Maybe minor.
maybe it's just got a bit better since.
Yeah, like if you look at boob jobs from the 90s to now, like as your
I mean, can you all
metric.
see that? I mean, look, that's the same fella. Look.
Okay, well, yeah, he
I
kind of
mean,
has there's a fighter. He looks like Bruce Willis on the left. And now he looks like, he looks like a burn
looks like
victim.
Bruce Willis foreskin.
Yeah, no, on the right, it looks like Hannibal Lecter has carved off Bruce Willis's face and has put it on as a mask.
First, he puts a lotion on the skin. It's peculiar because, I mean, even the hair, I don't know if you can see that. Let me try and zoom into that. I mean,
Yeah, the hairline is problematic.
That's been sewn on, hasn't it? You can see like a.
There should be a shadow there, right?
Yeah, not a highlight. I mean, it must be so traumatic to be someone who's known for your looks, for your face, and then it just starts changing, and it starts changing rapidly. And
if that were his only problem, I mean, he strikes me as a guy who has a few things going on, not just the fading of his looks.
I don't know a lot about that. You'll have to, if you've got any more info on that, you'll have to fill us in, because I don't know much more about what's going on with Mickey Rourke. Or are you just suggesting that?
Well, I don't know personally, but I would assume, I mean, just like anyone who goes in and gets massive surgery done, I would suspect those people to have some other mental health stuff going on average.
Okay, that's interesting.
And I've got to say, I'm loving the shoes. Check out these shoes. Look at that, the full blue suede going on there. That's looking good. Wow. Good styling. Now, congratulations, I due to Mickey Rourke for just an outstanding performance.
I mean, do you think Mickey Rourke's run out of money?
No, but he had a good appearance in Sin City, which was, I guess, before The Wrestler came out. So he had a resurgence. And
was he? I thought that was the other bloke you just said.
Bruce Willis? Yeah, he was in that too. No, but Mickey Rourke played a great character in Sin City.
Great movie, isn't it? Sin City. I might watch that actually later. Okay, interesting. Thanks for the donations, people. I will deal with all of those. So he hasn't run out of money. He's morphed into something.
It's a remarkable movie, The Wrestler. What a film! Congratulations. You must be.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it. That's all I've got of that.
But it's a success story. I mean, he comes back from his heyday, and what does he do? He performs in a couple of hit movies and wins some awards. I mean,
well, he got an Oscar, didn't he? Best actor or something weird for The Wrestler, I think.
What more could you ask for? I mean, that's a nice little victory lap for the guy and some respect from the industry and from the fans.
But do you look in the mirror when you look like that and sort of go, yes, yep, it's all going well, man? Or do you look at it and think,
it's a problem? But I mean, like we talked about Hasselhoff before. Now, I don't know where his career is at now, but let's say Hasselhoff were to come back and be involved in 2 major hits and then win an Oscar. You know, now he's probably had some plastic surgery and he used to be known for his looks, but he's not going to do that. A, because he doesn't have the talent, but like, I think you got to commend Mickey, you know, not just obviously his looks have faded and he's doing some stuff with that, but like he had a good run there. And so
you know what? I think you might have said something really, in a way, Mickey Rourke may have what's the word I'm looking for? No one else can do what he's done, because he's done it. He's done the comeback looking like a plastic surgery freak and pulled it off. But you can't do that now because Mickey Rourke done that. Does that make sense? I mean, if Hasselhoff was to come back all like Rourked up, it'll be a bit like, nah, man, nah. The wrestler's been made. There's no Baywatch old man version.
No, but people, they like a redemption story, I think, and I think people are always open to that. I mean, what Tarantino did with John Travolta was sort of the prototype for this. But there are other guys. Like, think of a guy like Tom Sizemore. Do you remember him? He was from like Saving Private Ryan. He got way into drugs and he was a massive burnout. In fact, I don't even know if he's still alive. But if a guy like that who did have good acting chops, if he came back and had a nice role or two, I think people would want to embrace the guy. He was in the movie Heat I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, cool bloke actually, Sizemore.
Mm-hmm. But like, look at Robert Downey Jr. I mean, this thing has happened over and over again where people have a fall from grace.
But not. I get what you're saying, but not in the same way as Mickey Rourke. No one's face transformed that much.
Right.
No way.
Right. You're talking about the physical.
I'm not talking about people making comebacks.
Okay.
I'm obviously with you on that. But that's something else there. And like I said, the movie The Wrestler is pretty much an analogy for, just because he happens to be a wrestler, it could have been an actor, any kind of celebrity whose looks faded, who's is no longer in demand, ended up just doing, whatever he could to get a few quid. But I don't think if Sizemore come back with a face like that, he'd necessarily get it.
Yeah, and maybe it's a little bit more off-putting on men because men are expected to age gracefully and just take it like a champ. Whereas women, I mean, if Dolly Parton walks out, you assume she's had 100 surgeries. And it's sort of more socially acceptable that they cling and go under the knife. With men, it's not.
Do you think Mickey Rourke would have got a normal role? He played a man who'd lost it. I think that's my point. He didn't just get another act. Hey, Mickey, we've got you a job. They needed someone who looked like he'd had loads of really dodgy plastic surgery. And, well, weirdly, Mickey, is that you? Yeah, we got the perfect and only job for you. Do you think Mickey Rourke's going to do another film? No. What other movies can he do?
Exactly. No, he is typecast.
Maybe he can do the movie about the bloke who come back with plastic surgery but couldn't get another job. That's the only other movie he can do.
Perhaps The Elephant Man, a remake.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. Let's see what we got next in my little book here. Something close to your heart.
Nice.
Tracy, something very close to your heart. I will let you explain.
Okay.
We'll play the clip. You can tell me when to stop it. I apologize for these long pauses, but Lord knows.
I was wondering if I could get
this is actually him in The Wrestler.
Isn't that when you sit on other dudes' faces?
It's actually a great movie. I mean, any movie about a bloke who falls in love with a sex worker, I'm thoroughly enjoying. But he's fucking great in it. It's the whole thing's a barrel of contradictions for me.
Here with me. One beer.
You have a daughter?
Oh, my daughter, she don't like me very much.
You should call her. What do you want from me?
I'm an old, broken-down piece of meat, and I deserve to be all alone.
And he is, though. Yes, Mickey Rourke, you are an old, broken-down piece of meat, yes.
I just don't want you to hate me.
The hearing aid's an amazing touch.
You know, the only place I get hurt is out there.
I'm really here.
This life I can lose everything you love, everything that loves you. A lot of people told me that I'd never wrestle again. The only one who's going to tell me when I'm through doing my thing is you people here.
Well,
here we go.
The actress,
go on.
The actress that was that's an OJ Case right there.
Yeah, how'd you know it from just that? Incredible.
Yeah.
Damn you, bastard.
That's F. Lee Bailey and John Cochran. You can tell by the film grain.
Time of day.
Yeah, exactly. The one playing the daughter in that wrestler, I believe that's the ex-girlfriend of Marilyn Manson, who looks, as equally kind of bizarre as Mickey Rourke. So, I mean, he could have had a shot with that actress right there, to be honest.
How's the Marilyn Manson court case gone in America? Because the Brits really haven't run with it. No, we've just dropped that.
Yeah, it
started off, all the law tube were on it, and in the wake of the Depp Heard thing, it started, but we've given up on it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not as sensational. The accusations are not as over the top, and the Me Too stuff has sort of petered out. And it's like, also accusing Marilyn Manson of a Me Too something is not the same as Matt Lauer or like a news anchor or somebody who's supposed to not be into anything nefarious.
Fair enough.
Marilyn Manson, it's like I assume he's doing a bunch of fucked up things.
Well, apparently not. I mean, the stuff I did see, apparently all his ex-girlfriends said he's kind of a bit sort of weird and sort of shy around sex, and that doesn't surprise me, actually. You know,
but also there's a lot of voluntary stuff, and these people were willing participants in mutually consenting situations. So I don't even know what the accusations are, but yeah, it doesn't carry a lot of interest for me.
Is Marilyn Manson very famous in America still?
I would say no.
Okay.
Only for his audience and for that time.
Okay, interesting. So nowhere near Johnny Depp.
Not as culturally relevant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so for people who don't know, I tried to find the clip, but I couldn't. I mean, I could have asked Devon, but I didn't want to ruin the surprise. There's actual bits of the OJ case where they pan round and you see, what's his name, Dreyfus, and Devon sitting next to Richard Dreyfus watching the OJ case. So stop it whenever you want.
All right, Mr.
It's only the verdict's being read out.
It's not on the screen.
Face the jury.
Oh, sorry. Lucky I didn't pick my bum with what I usually do when I'm not on the screen.
You dig in there.
Right, let's do that. Can you see it now, Devon?
Yeah.
Okay, we're off.
She's going to stutter over his name.
Simpson, would you please stand and face the jury?
Kardashian.
Mrs. Robertson.
Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles.
So, Devon, at this stage, what did you think? How many times did you go to court to watch this?
Just the one time, and it was plenty because it was a long day and it was rather boring. But it's not edge of your seat stuff being in a closing arguments of a years-long court case. But yeah, the entire world. This is one of the last major events that were globally viral before the internet. So this was a cultural phenomena that, or phenomenon, hard word to pronounce, that totally took the world's interest and captured it and held it, and it all came to this crescendo. So this moment, everyone, I mean, you're taking off work, people were huddled outside, inside, everyone was staring at this. And
Can you remind us, or for any younger viewers, what was he actually charged with at this stage?
He's charged with the double homicide of his ex-wife. Yeah, double whammy. His ex-wife and a man who was a waiter at a restaurant in Brentwood who was just returning a pair of glasses to her that she had left at the restaurant. So just a guy, 25-year-old guy named Ron Goldman, who was a Jewish guy. He had been on a couple reality shows. He had been on a game show about dating, and there's footage of him. Yeah, he was just a young guy and totally innocent, but he got stabbed, like 30 times or something. And she got knocked out, Nicole, and then she got almost decapitated.
And I'll tell you now, Scrubs, I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. He murdered those two people 100%.
So right. If you want to talk about evidence and amount of evidence, and if you want to talk about insulting our intelligence or just being morally insane, if you don't understand that OJ is guilty, then I would venture to say you are a lost cause who can't understand anything and deserves no respect for the rest of your life.
I agree. And it was a jury trial, and there were jury members, black jury members, who since the trial have come out and said, we didn't care about the evidence. We wanted him to get off because the black guy never gets off. They've said that. And
specifically, this was an LA jury who had just gone through Rodney King and the LA riots. And because Rodney King didn't get justice in their estimation, the black PCP guy who led the cops on a high-speed chase and then resisted arrest, that saint, because he got beaten on and the cops didn't go down for that, we want one for our side. And so, OJ, I mean, literally she says that. This was payback for Rodney King.
That's it. You remember she's an old woman. She says that, doesn't she? Yeah. And there's another really weird twist that one of the coppers in the Rodney King thing's name was Officer Coon.
Oh God, yeah.
Officer Coon didn't help, did it? That must have been a bit of a giggle in court. Well, interestingly, I've got something after it that you probably haven't seen coming, so we'll watch a bit more. But again, if you want to say anything, just let me know.
Yeah. Well, I just say one thing that comes to mind is that the original guy, a guy named, I think Holiday was his name, who filmed the Rodney King thing just randomly. So at the high-speed chase ends, and this guy's just out in his backyard with a camera, which is kind of rare in 1992 or 1 to film. And he was called amateur videographer, is what they said. And it was just some random guy. It wasn't the news. But the fact that he released that and that became viral and that led to, death and riots, across the entire nation, that was a precursor. That was a Black Mirror episode. What if everyone has a camera? What is that going to do to society? Well, here's what's gonna do. You're going to videotape stuff, cherry pick it, spread it to the masses. People are going to misinterpret it, react in an emotional way, and then there's going to be mayhem after that. And we've seen that formula play out time and time again.
So hang on. So when was that? About 93?
Well, 92 were the riots, so it probably happened in 91.
Yeah, in 91, the only people who had cameras were like art students who'd signed them out for the night. That's really rare. Or bend over. Yeah, really. I never thought of that. Really weird that he was there with one of those massive shoulder-mounted pneumatics or whatever they were called. Good Lord, yeah. Yeah, wow. Yeah, and I see what you're saying about the Black Mirror. Here, look what happens if people get cameras.
Yeah.
But now everyone walks around with a couple on them. Thailand, I don't know if this is still the case, but when I looked a few years ago, Thai people have more mobile phones per person than any other nation.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, that's 2 or 3 cameras with 160 gig of memory.
But the thing is, it's like, think of how it happened. So yes, we all like phones, we all like cameras, but the people that manufacture those, they're not considering the fallout of giving everyone a camera.
Oh, well, they are, because they've said on record that they don't give them to their kids.
Oh, right. There's that. Yeah. But I mean, there's unintended consequences, and they wouldn't care anyway because it's making them a gazillion dollars. So let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying people should be banned from having cameras. I'm saying we weren't ready for it, and we still aren't, and we're dealing with the aftermath.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Devon, do you think the trial should be televised?
No, oh God, no, hell no. It shouldn't have been televised.
Just outright. No, I mean all trials, because
there is public interest, and there are certain cases to be made for airing that stuff. And like, for example, the transcripts, there's a reason they keep them. I mean, it is public knowledge, and we do have a right to know what goes on. We don't want secret courts, but it is a spectacle, and it is a freak show, and it is done for money. And so there was great debate. In fact, at the OJ case, there was 1 camera. So it wasn't like it was well shot. We had no 2 shot. It was the 1 camera, and it was up in the corner, and you look at it, and I never forget this. I mean, I respected the power of this little box. It was not a impressive looking thing, and it would rove around, and it represented the eye of millions and millions of people staring at you. And it happened to come locked in on me, and I've actually put the link in your chat of me at the case. But
you put it in the private chat. Okay, there you go. Let's have a look at that. We can do that immediately. Good call.
And so, talk about random events. I randomly was sitting next to Richard Dreyfuss, and that's why the camera came over to point at me. But what you're seeing here in this video is the origin story of AIU, where to this day I'm covering the innocence fraud movement and people getting let off who have committed murder. It still bugs me today, and it started bugging me right then because I couldn't believe that this guy would get off.
He's right up there, people. He's got. You can see him. Wait, did you not say? Did you ever turn to Dreyfuss and go? When the verdict was read.
No, but Richard Dreyfuss for me was like a little bit before my time, so like I was not starstruck in any way. I'm not like, oh, there's the guy from Jaws. It's not.
There you go, people. That right there is Devon Tracey. There's Richard Dreyfuss there. Look at Devon. Look, he's got his little whistle on there.
Yep, that's the final days of my hair, and my hair got shaved immediately after that.
I can see why. I mean, you're a fine, upstanding man.
Yeah, it was on its way out.
So you were looking at the black box thinking, we're fucked. Look, you're looking right into the eye of the future there.
I made eye contact with OJ 3 times. So he would turn around and swivel around, and I looked at him. I was staring daggers. And
did you ever black up? Oh, look, it's zooming in on Dreyfus. Look at you move in front of him. Was that intentional?
No, but the Associated Press came to me during one of the breaks and said, "Could you lean back because you're blocking our view of Dreyfus?"
Oi, proletariat! Can you stay out of the way of the higher ranking, the epsilon on your left? That's amazing.
Yeah.
I think, in fairness, Dreyfus was kind of hiding behind you.
How weird is that? Like, it looks like my eyes are being censored. Like I've been redacted. Yeah. That's that is a very predictive thing right there. I was going to be censored for talking about the very thing I'm witnessing right here.
I should have just asked you for that. I looked for it for hours. Why didn't I just type in Devon Tracey at the OJ Simpson case?
Yeah, that would have been logical.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll watch the rest of the verdict.
Of California.
But there's something amazing afterwards, which I'm sure you know about.
Versus Orenthal James Simpson.
You can hear that, right?
BA097211. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson, a human being, as charged in count 1 of the information.
Wow. I have comments.
Assuming that they zoom over to the family of the deceased, yeah?
Title action further finds
the Goldman's right there.
that the defendant Orenthal James Simpson.
I want to mention a couple things here, but this time when I saw the thing, usually people are focusing on OJ and Johnny Cochran, who starts swaying back and forth and patting him on the back, almost like a religious sort of euphoria. OJ is in shock a little bit and in the moment, but clearly soon feels relief. If you look at Robert Kardashian, it's very interesting because his reaction to the verdict is not one of happiness, and in fact is one of terror.
Oh, hang on. So that's his lawyer.
It's one of his lawyers, but it's his good friend, the father of Kim Kardashian, who knew.
Oh wow, I didn't know that at all.
You didn't know that? Oh yeah, this is the whole tie-in. Yeah, this is Robert Kardashian, who.
Right. Sorry, we've moved on. So do you want me to go back to?
Yeah, I want you to go back and see this because he knew Nicole Simpson. They were friends for years. They would go out, have dinners. They would take family vacations together. So he knew also that OJ was guilty. He knew that OJ failed a lie detector. He knew OJ's story. His alibi was all crap. So he was deeply conflicted here because he was a lawyer for OJ, but he also secretly knows that OJ killed Nicole. So look at his reaction. His mouth goes open and there's no sign of joy or happiness or relief on his face.
We're talking about this bloke.
Yes,
here.
Right there.
Okay.
Back up to the when it gets red, and you'll see that he's thinking, "Holy shit!"
Oh my god! Yeah, right there. Look.
Yeah. Watch.
That's
even further. Yeah, right here.
Right here. We're good for here.
Perfect.
Okay. Volume up or down? If we have it down,
up is good, but okay, down then, just so you can hear when it's red.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair point. Here we go. If I can just work out how to use the computer, we should have this running.
211. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187.
You see that?
Felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson, a human
That's
being.
The defense lawyer.
Of the information.
Okay, pause. That's a defense lawyer in the biggest case of the century, hearing that his client is not guilty, and he closes his eyes.
He went as if to sort of go.
Not a single smile, nothing like that. Just opened his mouth. Oh my God, I have just done something abhorrent.
I've got a brutal murderer off, and justice has not been served for 2 innocent people.
You saw his inner conscious just like freak out right there.
That was. Let's have a look at that again because that was very unpleasant. Here we go. Yeah, I mean that.
But that could have been the reaction of the prosecution. That could have been Marcia Clark.
Go on, sorry.
That could have been what you would expect from a prosecution and their reaction to this court, to this decision.
He looks like his soul has just been drained out of him.
Yeah, we lost the video, but
Oh, just me again. It's handy I've got you here. Yeah, he looks like his soul has left his body. I deliberately got no sound.
Right, right here.
Look, yeah, that's not a happy chap. That's he's just lost a case. That bloke, the case of justice.
Oh my God!
Wow. Well, whereas the black fella's over the moon, look, he's shooting hoops. Good gosh, I didn't know that. So that's Daddy Kardashian.
Oh yeah, and that's why.
Wouldn't it be amazing if OJ murdered his daughter?
No, but yeah, right. No,
Sorry, I'm just making connections. Like
but the point is, Kim Kardashian works with the Innocence Project and is heavily active.
Okay, so people, if you don't know what the Innocence Project is, that's what Devon was talking about earlier. What did you call it? Fraud?
Innocence fraud. It's the Innocence Project.
Fraud, that's it. So that's weird. That's really Freudian as well. It's almost like she's, you know, the old sins of the father lark, but like an inversion of it.
Yeah, no, but they joked about this. She went on Saturday Night Live a few months back, and in her opening monologue, they joked. She goes, "So I'm trying to get into criminal justice now because I'm trying to get people who get charged of murder out of prison because they're wrongfully convicted, just like my father did." And that the joke was, my father got OJ out of prison. So even the writers, the writers at Saturday Night Live, they're acknowledging and winking to the audience that this woman is a fucking menace and an idiot, and she's getting murderers out of prison. And we're all supposed to be like, "Good job, Kim. You're really doing something with your fame. Amazing."
That is incredible.
Yeah.
The Innocence Project. Wow.
Innocence Project. That's why it's a debacle, man. It's happening all the time.
Yeah, no, I saw one of your videos, and it's just another one and another one. Then I saw you next week. There's another one.
I'm telling you, man. Like again, it's the pile of canaries. Hey, there's 100 canaries piled on your outside front lawn. Okay, hey, there's 101, and it's not news anymore, bro. The canaries are all dead.
Okay, so I'm sure you've seen this, but I'll tell you. Right, so people. Years later, so Devon, can you just give us a quick roundup? He'd done a couple of years for something, didn't he?
Yes.
Another thing.
You're talking about OJ?
Yeah.
No, he was out for a long while. He lost a civil suit that he never paid, but he then wrote books. He wrote a book called
This is where we are. So he wrote a book, people. Now I can't remember what it's called, but it's called something like "If I Did It."
Yeah, it's "If I Did It."
Is that what it's called?
Yes, If I Did It.
Right, people, it's called "If I Did It." And in the book, OJ Simpson, who did do it, explains what he would have done if he did do it.
But
and what he explains is what he did.
Yes.
Now, I've got a little clip of him here being interviewed, and you don't need to be a master of body language or the psychoanalytic process to watch him. Because she says to him, well, I'll leave you to it, but once he starts at the beginning of this clip, you'll see him saying, well, you know, I didn't do it. I'm innocent. He goes with that for a while. But once he forgets about that and starts explaining what he says in the book, he just talks about how he killed him. He just tells you how he killed him. Right. And he starts saying things, you know, in the way you tell a story, you wouldn't tell it like this, because he says things like, you know, I was scared. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have been scared. You know, that's it. Well, check it out. It's mind blowing. And this fucker had the balls to write that book and go on telly and talk about it. I mean, this is mind blowing. Check this out.
In the book, the hypothetical is Charlie.
That's it. He keeps talking about the hypothetical.
Charlie.
And I just want to point out, this woman looks terrified because she's got a murderer sitting a couple of foot away from her.
And by the way,
this guy Charlie shows up.
He's talking about a guy named Charlie who is a made-up person. He doesn't exist. This is a friend of his that he went out driving with, who apparently gave him the knife. It's like, this is an alter ego. This is Tyler Durden. He's talking about Charlie. There's no Charlie.
So he needed to invent another character.
Yeah.
To
embellish,
make it so that,
to mitigate, to try to make it seem more complex than it was. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Have you read it, Devon?
No, I should do a live reading of it.
I'm just thinking that might be worth a read because this little cut here is incredible. Here we go.
The guy who I recently become friends with, and I don't know why you had been by Nicole's house, but it told me you wouldn't believe what's going on over there. And I remember thinking, well, whatever's going on over there's got to stop, right? So
I mean, just there he said, I remember thinking, whatever's going on's got to stop. Well, what reality are we in now?
We've left the hypothetical. And what he's talking about is he's saying that his ex-wife is with another man. And so I want that to stop. So, I mean, he's like announcing his motivation to kill her. And he's announcing that he's a domestically abusive dude, in a jealous rage.
It's incredible, isn't it? What a turnout.
We kind of hooked up together, and, I'm kind of broad stroking this. We go over, get into Bronco and go over.
Let's just go back and do the details. Where did you park?
To the detail.
You park
in the hypothetical in the alley.
Right. You park in the alley.
Yeah.
And you put on.
Hold on. In the hypothetical, I like that. It's also in the non-hypothetical. In real life, there's a blood trail from the crime scene to the alley, and there's blood of the victims on your car and in your car and at your house, which is 5 minutes away. So it's like, but in the hypothetical, yeah, it was in the alley.
I mean, it's peculiar because, Umberto Eco wrote Travels in Hyperreality. Baudrillard wrote Simulations, all about how the future would be copies without an original, and how reality itself would get confused with the map. And this is it right here. This is the map and the territory as one. And in the Argentinian writer Jorge Borges, his map and the territory is the best. The empire they were so impressed with their empire, they wanted a map made that was so detailed it covered the territory at a scale of 1 to 1. So, it covered the territory. Literally, the map covered it like a tent. And then when the empire faded, so did the map. And people who came to visit the failed empire, centuries later, couldn't tell the difference between the map and the territory. And that's a lovely way of explaining hyperreality. And that's exactly what's happening here. OJ is stuck somewhere between the map and the territory.
This is a real relic, but it's iconic. I mean, this is psychotic what we're watching. The fact that they put this out and televised this is insane.
Yeah, and the fact that the FBI didn't turn up straight away afterwards and arrest him.
Well, the funny thing about the book, if I did it, was because it has a foreword in it that was written by Ron Goldman's dad. So legally, for them to put out the book, some of the profits were going to go to his debts because he had to pay off from the civil suit.
Hang on. Ron Goldman again
is the male victim, and so his father.
So the father of the kid that got killed wrote the foreword to the "If I Did It" book.
Yeah. And so that makes it even more cringe and awkward because he's like, hey, before you read this motherfucker's account of how he killed my son, I got a few things to say to you.
Yeah, fucking weird. I mean, the forward itself would be, I mean, look, If I Did It, Confessions of the Killer.
But look at the visual, the graphic work here. The if is a light shade of red within the I. So it's just, I did it.
I mean, that's even harder to see than the is in your Atheism is Unstoppable logo that I struggled with so much with the thumbnail.
Difficult.
That's amazing. Look at that. From a meter away, if I take my glasses off, it just says I did it.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Of the Killer.
What? That's interesting. Wait a minute.
What am I looking at?
What is the story?
Rupert Murdoch pulped.
At the bottom left, those are 3 actors that were in the OJ miniseries. Surely that is. David Schwimmer played Bob Kardashian. Travolta played another defense lawyer, and Cuba Gooding Jr. played OJ himself. So those are actors. So I don't know when that image came out, but
There's a few different covers of this book I found that just seemed like the more interesting one.
This might have been a new version because those three guys were just in an award-winning miniseries about OJ, and so that's why people are trying to tie it together.
Okay, there's another one. It's just incredible.
Forward commentary by the
Look, with exclusive commentary, he did it by the Goldman family. What the fuck is going on?
It's amazing.
He did it.
He did it. And this dude's out of jail. He's out of jail right now. He's free.
Oh, mate, his Twitter's just an absolute shit show.
Yeah,
everything he writes, people just write back to him and say, "Oh," and they, there'll be a pun about murder. Every single reply to him, there's a pun. Whatever he says. That's amazing. Exclusive commentary. He did it by the Goldman family. I'm just thinking of the cojones of the publishers who actually went to the Goldman family and said, "Hey, you know the bloke who murdered your son? He's writing a book called If I Did It. Do you want to write the forward? You can call it He Did It."
Well, we have a lot of laws about you're not allowed to profit off your crime, but I guess technically he's innocent of this crime. Or found not guilty.
There you go.
Yeah, there's some gray zones.
And you can't be tried twice for the same case. Is that
that's true?
Thing?
Double jeopardy, right? And yeah, it's morally iffy at best. And and here's the thing: legally, that publisher could have published that book, but in terms of the backlash and what it would say about them as a publisher, that would have cost them.
I wonder. I bet it sold a few. Let's listen to OJ confessing anyway. Apologies.
Cap and gloves.
Right. And you reached under the seat.
That smile. That little. This is funny, isn't it? You know, I've done it and that.
Chris, that look said, "I can't believe we're playing this game, pretending like I didn't do this."
Yeah, absolutely. And he's so narcissistic and Machiavellian and manipulative that he doesn't give a shit. Yeah.
Right. And
oh my God,
you reached under the seat for
a knife.
Actually,
a knife, not car for the.
I watch a great show, and I recommend this to all of your fans, which is the Behavior Panel, and it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I know it. 4 of them, innit?
4 guys, 1's British, 3 American, and they are brilliant at detecting who's lying and explaining why they know that. So it's through there's a million things that people do, but these are police interrogators. They work for the military. They've spent their whole lives trained in this science. What OJ just did right there with that smile and that eye flutter is what they call duper's delight. So when you are lying, oftentimes people have a secret enjoyment about the fact that they are duping you, and they are delighted in the fact that they're getting away with it.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, I love that show. They're like, they train special ops in interrogation and stuff, don't they? They're very.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant, and these guys are so on the ball with this stuff. They're just devastating with their analysis, and they will bring up a clip of a guy who's just woefully not prepared to be analyzed by these 4 guys, and it'll be like Scott Peterson who just killed his 9-month pregnant wife, and he's up there lying, lying on every second. He's up there making it beyond obvious, and these guys are going over it with a fine-tooth comb and a laser pointer. It's wonderful.
There's a lot of very dodgy body language channels on YouTube, but those 4 are absolutely on the ball. Yeah, brilliant. Totally. The Behavior Panel people, it's definitely worth a watch.
Crazies and stuff, because you can't travel with a gun. And I remember Charlie saying, "You ain't bringing that." And I didn't, right? But I believe he took it.
Charlie took the knife?
Yeah. In the book.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the back gate, you go through the back gate.
Yes.
And it was open or broken or?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I go to the front and I look to see what's going on.
Impossible to forget something that didn't happen. How do you forget a negative?
Going on. And I can see that it appears like Nicole had candles up all the time. She really did, to keep her overhead down, I think. And music was on. And while I was there, a guy shows up.
So Ron Goldman comes in the back gate.
Yeah. a guy that I really didn't recognize. I may have seen him around, but
I mean, I stopped it there because that I didn't recognize him. I may have seen him around. What? How do you that?
But also, it just none of this makes sense. Was the gate open or was it broken or closed? And he goes, I don't recall. If this is a hypothetical book you've written, you're not going to answer that question. I don't recall.
There you go, because you can't.
Yeah, you'd say we didn't mention it. It's not in the book. It's not in the hypothetical. I don't recall.
That's what I meant about you can't forget a negative. How if you've written a hypothetical, you wrote that. I think that's the
I may have seen him around, but I really didn't recognize him to be anyone.
I've kept you here for ages, Devon. I'm gonna squim past this one because there's a couple of the others I don't want to miss.
Okay.
Right. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Again, another. It's not as sensual as it might at first look.
Another psycho.
There you go. Great call. I'll take you back 10. We'll just get the end of this. I think the audio might be a bit quiet, but again, it ties in with a few of the things we've talked about Mickey Rourke, the things we've talked about O.J. Simpson, the things we've talked about alter egos. That's all kind of pulled together in this. This is a scene from Bret Easton Ellis wrote the novel American Psycho. It's about basically it's about what technology done to people, how technology affected people in the 80s. That's my reading of it anyway. And this is a clip from the movie.
I'm sorry. I know we got to back up again.
Weirdly, so's this, but this is hypothetical.
That's okay. I'm going back.
But it was. Here we go. It's Patrick Bateman's morning routine. I might get yeeted. If I do, people, 4 minutes, I'll be back. That's how it works, because YouTube's stupid.
I live in the American Gardens building on West 81st Street, on the 11th floor. My name is Patrick Bateman.
Interesting.
I'm 27 years old. I believe in taking care of myself.
I was born on West 71st Street, New York.
In a rigorous exercise routine. In the morning, if my face is a little puffy, I'll put on an ice pack while doing my stomach crunches. I can do 1,000 now. After I remove the ice pack, I use a deep pore cleanser lotion. In the shower, I use a water-activated gel cleanser. Then a honey almond body scrub. And on the face, an exfoliating gel scrub. Then I apply an herb mint facial mask, which I leave on for 10 minutes while I prepare the rest of my routine. I always use an aftershave lotion with little or no alcohol because alcohol dries your face out and makes you look older. Then moisturizer, then an anti-aging eye balm followed by a final moisturizing protective lotion. There is an idea of a Patrick Bateman, some kind of abstraction, but there is no real me, only an entity, something illusory. And though I can hide my cold gaze, and you can shake my hand and feel flesh gripping yours, and maybe you can even sense our lifestyles are probably comparable, I simply am not there.
Wow.
Amazing, yeah. So kind of brought together a few of the themes we've been looking at. First thing I want to say, I want your input, obviously. I mean, Devon, we've nearly done 3 hours. Should we drop it up? Can you do another 20 minutes?
Yeah, whatever you like. I'm fine.
Okay. Well, let me know when you've had enough. I don't want you to be thinking, fucking hell, wrap it up, son.
No, we just got started, I felt like.
Okay, no worries. Great stuff. Keep the grift coming in, people. It's 2:45 in the morning here, but a bit of Patrick Bateman for you. Now, here's what's interesting. Let me just get the date right so that it's got a little bit of clout. Hang on. This is relevant, as you'll see. because I read this at art school. Right, yeah. So when Bret Easton Ellis published American Psycho, it was 1991. He wrote it in about 88, right? In 1988, no men done this in England. I can't. Thank you. I can't say for America, but the idea of a morning routine, even a quarter of that, it wasn't what blokes didn't do that. Blokes woke up, they put some water on their face, they scrubbed their rocks with a plastic toothbrush, and that was it. So that Bret Easton Ellis's character study there of this idea of having that much vanity and that much sort of battle with nature and a battle with the idea of decay, that sort of, it's just so it goes on and on. There's no alcohol in it because, that ages your skin. Then I do this gel stuff. Then I do this VAR, thank you. Then I do this blah, blah, blah. And then right at the end, you might be able to touch me. And it's lovely, lovely bit of filmmaking and storytelling. Just pulls that off and says, I'm simply not there. Because he is only his alter ego. He's simply, there is no Patrick Bateman.
Well, and it then takes it to the next level, right? I mean, it uses an extreme example of that because that point is very understandable or relatable or universal, that we all wear a mask. It's just, I don't know, or I don't recall how that film takes us from what he's talking about there to the murdering, to like what is the rationale for that?
Well, I think that it's a morality tale. Thank you to all the super chats. I will deal with them. I think it's if you're not there, then there's no limits, is there? Why wouldn't you murder people if you haven't got a self? If there's no self, then there's no compassion or empathy, because if you don't have a love or a care for a self, why would you have a love or a care for someone else? They're just toys, aren't they? Like, that's how narcissists exist.
So he is psychotic. He is a psycho, but he's also trying to live up to what society wants him to be. And in so doing, he loses any true, authentic version of himself. And so that might be the takeaway that we are wary of.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got no value, in addiction therapy, they say massive ego, almost no self-esteem, and it's a that's a cunning trap to be in, because you'll walk around like you're Lord of the Manor, but you can't get through the day without alcohol or some of the strongest sedatives known to man, and so if you've got no self, and if you're aware of that as well, how do you feel anything? Because what happens to narcissists who have no compassion, no empathy, everything, it's that king baby thing where you will use other people to get your needs met. And the psychological take on it is, because humans actually, to be mentally healthy, and I'm not using that as opposed to mental illness, because I don't believe in mental illness, but to be healthy in terms of yourself, we need intimacy. It's something we actually need. If a human doesn't have intimacy in their life, I mean, you can go without it for periods, but that's why we seek it out. But if you don't have intimacy, what humans tend to do, and narcissists always do this, is that they'll take intensity as the next best thing. And so that's why he ends up murdering people, because you need to feel something. But if you're not there, how do you feel anything if you're not there? Well, you can take someone else's life. That's probably going to give you a couple of points.
Oh my God! So it just represents a massive failure in people living or meeting their needs, and people will spasm and find ways to kind of find some cheap version of what they need, or some alternative that could be completely destructive.
I think you said it the first time, a cheaper version, a version that doesn't take the work, to get intimacy. To achieve intimacy, the first thing you've got to do is be vulnerable. And that's not easy, because as soon as you're vulnerable, you're open to being hurt. You know, and narcissists can't take any of that stuff. So
you mentioned that you
they'll
said
take
you don't believe mental illness is a thing. What did you mean by that?
I've had a bloke on here called Jeffrey Sharler, Professor Jeffrey Sharler, twice, and his life's work has been an attack on the fiction that is psychiatry. And I got into it because he also had a side hustle, shall we say. He's a cracking bloke, Devon. You would love him, actually. He had a side hustle when he wrote a book called Addiction is a Choice. Now, when I was on about my 13th rehab center, my 13th failed rehab center, where they were telling me I had the disease of addiction, and I'd be sitting in group therapy and a bloke would say, you know, I carry a lot of guilt and a lot of shame. You know, I sucker punched my nan to sort of steal her engagement ring, and you know, I carry a lot of guilt. And the therapist would say, you know, that's one of about 100 examples I could give you like that, and worse. And the therapist would say, look, you're not a bad person, John. That's your disease. That's the disease of addiction. And I'd be like, fuck off. No. And he's not going to get better if you keep getting him off the hook like that. You're an arsehole. You're an arsehole for sucker punching anyone, let alone your fucking nan. That's not a disease. A disease doesn't make you punch someone. Right. And it screwed me up because I'd be in these places trying to get clean and they were letting me off the hook. And I'd be like, no, I'm a cunt. I am an arsehole. I've done some shitty things. You're just telling me I've got a disease. And so weirdly, a therapist, because this used to come out all the time, I'll be arguing in group therapy and the therapist has said, Chris, this isn't meant to be an intellectual or philosophical discussion. I said, no, it's meant to be take our bullshit or fuck off. And it doesn't, what you're saying doesn't make sense. And one of the therapists said to me as I was leaving, he said, Chris, there's a book called Addiction is a Choice by a bloke called Jeffrey Sharler. I think you might get something out of it. And it life-changing. Because he talked about psychiatry and the invention of addiction, the disease model of addiction. And then I done the deep dive into Jeffrey Sharler and his mentor, I can't remember his surname Saz, Thomas Saz, who also spent his life debunking psychiatry. I mean, the people I have to keep this short because most of my viewers have seen Jeffrey on this channel twice, so they know all this. But psychiatry had to invent their own book of mental illnesses because all of the other medical practices wouldn't accept their crappy inventions. So they invented the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychiatry. Because and the people who made the DSM, the first DSM, the people they had a meeting and they all sat around, all these new psychiatrists, because it was a new thing. They sat around going, okay, what about ADHD then? And then they had this list of things that you had to have. If your homemade illness ticked 5 boxes or something, it would go in the book. But 100% of the people that wrote that book worked in Big Pharma. They were salespeople for big, but this isn't a joke. All of them. Yeah. Now, add to that things like between the first DSM and the 5th DSM, which this isn't going to be correct, but that was a space of about 30 years. Mental illnesses trebled. They invented another. You know, they just kept inventing these mental illnesses. Now, here's what Jeffrey Sharler will say. The mind is an abstract concept. It's not the brain, right? How does the mind, the mental, how does that get a disease? How does that get an illness? How does the mind, mental illness? You can't, that doesn't work.
I've had similar issue with that terminology, and I think it's very fair to point out that people are making money off this. So if you are into, big pharma or psychiatry, you have a solution. You just need more problems. And so you come up with more labels. And, if it's producing that many millions upon millions of dollars all the time, why on earth would you stop it? In fact, you have every incentive to procreate, to make more of it. So I don't buy it. And, I, and also mental illness is very, you raise another good point though, with this getting people off the hook thing, saying it's not you, it's your disease.
Yeah. And that's used in court, Devon. You can get off of murders.
Right. And it's pleading insanity.
For these things. Yeah.
And it's so attractive though to the person who is experiencing something negative in their life to hear the message that it's not your fault. This is just chemistry or it's biology. In fact, you don't have to do anything. Just take this pill and you're going to be okay. We wish it was just because if you get like a rash, 9 times out of 10, you don't blame yourself. You're not self-loathing. You're not, oh, what did I do to get this rash? So yeah, I think we've been misguided in a big way.
Psychiatry is a massive con. This has all been proven. Loads of studies on this. They reverse engineered mental illnesses as well. So they made the tablet or the chemical, and then they worked out what that could treat, and then put that in the DSM. So they've done it backwards. This is why we've got school kids on Ritalin. And we've got, Tourette's syndrome. That's a DSM invention. And I made a video on it. The kids who go, fuck, biscuit, touch the bum.
But
I watched a documentary on that, and there was a girl who had it at this school, and then her mate got it, and then some other people got it, and then a few more got it, and they were going, oh, we had to look into it because suddenly we realised that Tourette's is contagious.
Well,
that's what it is. Yeah. It's not that they're getting loads of attention, the TV cameras are coming down, and then we can look at this in view of all this trans thing. The trans numbers have just gone.
Yeah,
I wonder why.
Well, they talk about social contagion and how it becomes attractive, how there's other perks to it, other things happening that would make people want to adopt this. But even the idea of body dysmorphia as being a real thing, and how can that be a real thing? But also trans stuff is, who has that and who has nothing and who's totally fine. Like, I don't know. It is a non-objective thing. So it would require argumentation if we're going to label stuff, but it also deserves scrutiny. Why are we labeling things the way we are? And should we not take a relook at that whole situation?
And thankfully people are, and what's coming out is shocking. Like, for instance, depression has been treated for the last 20, 25 years with SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Now, there's just been a huge study last year come out that shows that they don't work. That isn't what causes it. And that's just it.
What do you mean it doesn't cause it? It does something. Depression
and having your serotonin selectively inhibited from being reuptaken isn't they don't correlate. It's been proven to just be a myth, and that's because they reverse engineered these things. They invented selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and then they told their scientists, go and find something that this will treat. And they invented depression. What, you're not happy?
I know.
That's a mental illness, is it? You're not happy? Fuck off.
Well, also, one of the things that assumes is that to be happy is the default state of human beings. And if you're not happy,
and that's Brave New World, isn't it? That's so
right. And so to take a pill to become happy is also very sci-fi. And also, but yeah, the word depression just is so grand and so watered down that it means almost nothing. It's the vaguest of words to describe a myriad of things that could be going on with you. And so I find it to be useless.
I'm not saying for a moment that people don't get depressed. I reckon they definitely do. I've got my best mate. He was diagnosed with clinical depression, and they give him carrier bags of Prozac, literally. And I'd ring him up. This is my best mate of 30 years, right? My best friend. And we really are. It's not a legacy friendship where, I remember we used to be mates, where we still love each other's company. And when he used to get when he got depression, I mean, how did he? What did it? It's so obviously to do with choices and behavior, but he'd get depression sometimes. And I'd ring him up and go, hello, mate. And he'd go, hello, mate. And I'd go, all this again, is it? And they'd go, all this again. Which is a complete opposite to what he's usually like. And I said to him once, I said, mate, listen, why don't you come into town? He went, why don't I come into town? I said, mate, it'd be nice to see you. And he said to me, do you want me to send you a photograph? And then he smiled. And I said, you know you're there, don't you? You know you're in this. And he went, yeah, but it's still there. Now, I said to him, you ate your girlfriend. He hated her. He liked sexy, petite women. He was with this big old monster. I think she might have killed herself, actually, by this point. She hung herself.
Oh, God.
He was taking loads of cocaine and ecstasy, like loads, and he's not a drug taker. He wasn't like me. It was a really weird, suddenly taking loads of drugs. He had a job that he absolutely hated. You know, he doesn't like being told what to do, and he was suddenly running a music studio. I said to him, you haven't got depression. You're not happy. You're not enjoying your life because you've made loads of bad decisions. If you change those fucking decisions, you'll feel different about your life. And one day he got off his ass. He moved to Patong in Thailand, and he's had the best 5 years of his life and not a whiff of depression. Now, I'm not saying that he hasn't had bad days here and there, because we all do. Like you said, happiness isn't our default setting. It's the occasional bonus in a life of largely struggle. But, you know, he hasn't had that again. It mysteriously cured itself, that mental illness. It was behavior and choice. Yeah, look, I just got this up. We've watched this before, but this is a woman with Tourette's. This is a mental illness. This is, this is in the DSM. When you watch this, she's getting her needs met through this illness, through this mental illness. You watch how she gets her needs met. And she's made it baking. So with eggs, there's eggs around, all weird, delicate things. Baking with Tourette's and my family. So this is where we are at the moment. I'll have to stop this and start again. Anyway, but you tell me if you think this is a legit mental illness that the DSM will tell you is, and have got drugs to sell you.
Okay.
Ooh, who's that bitch? Fuck off, shorty.
Talk to you then or what there?
Hi guys, I've got Tourette's, bitch, and I'm here with my two aunties and my mum. Oh, fuck, and we're making pavlova. Ugly. This is my nana.
Hi.
Oh, she's ugly. Okay, so I need to get 3 egg whites. Chicken. Fuck off. It's not your video.
Incredible thing she actually said then. Didn't want her nan to get the attention. Fuck off, it's not your video. Which is the sort of thing I'd actually say to someone if I thought they were dominating my video. But she hasn't got the personality for that, so she's put on the mask of Tourette's.
Now, are you saying that Tourette's, this is an act and that she has no involuntary reason for saying these outbursts?
Now, I think there's different levels of it in terms of its conscious and unconscious decision making, but I think it's difficult. I don't believe in mental illness, right? So that's my baseline. But she's like, for instance, if you've got a teenage girl who, every school had that girl that let everyone fuck her. We had one in my school, and that's how she got her attention. And she regretted it when she got older. And when I talked to her, I hooked up with her years later for a fuck, strangely enough. And it didn't happen. And, I said to her, why, she used to just wank people off under the desk in class and that. And I said to her, why did you do that? If she said it caused her so much pain while she was a teenager, while she was going through her 20s, a lot of shame and all that. And I asked her what her motivations were. And, she said she didn't know. She just, that was how she chose to behave. I don't think this girl is acting. I don't. but I don't think I don't think it's a question of acting. I don't think it's a question of true or false. It's just behavioural. You know, some people shout when they want to dominate a situation. Some people wear short skirts and wonder bras when they want to dominate a situation. She does this.
So you're saying that it might be somewhat of a natural thing that this sort of spasm of sound comes out from her, and it's always rude, and there probably, we've studied this. There's got to be a ton of literature on Tourette's, but you're saying look at what it does for her, and look at how it's enabled.
Yes, she benefits from it. I mean, if your daughter's got a mental illness, would you be laughing like this? Oh, it's hilarious.
Well, they're probably so used to it at this point, but yeah, I do see.
If you're so used to it, you'd say you've got to stop this because you ain't getting a job.
Yeah.
You're not going to get married. You can't bring up kids like this. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it's interesting what we decide is acceptable, or it's not her fault, essentially, is what they have said. They're saying, look, this is just something about her. She can't control it, so it is what it is. What if you took this line of thinking to pedophilia? And a pedophile says, look.
Well, hang on, before we go there, not because I don't want to, but I just want to. You nailed it when you said she gets her needs met through this illness. You
and
know,
what's interesting
there's something in it for her.
I've heard there's a great TED Talk, a British guy going over talking about depression, and he did a deep dive into it, and he determined that it's not that you're a broken person, it's that you have unmet needs. And so we're talking about depression, the greatest of mental illnesses, the big umbrella one, and he's calling that simply a reflection of your unmet needs. Meanwhile, this girl is getting her unmet needs met by diving into and sort of swimming in a mental illness that is, you know, it's very weird, sort of twisted way to have your identity and your attention serviced.
Yeah.
Is by indulging yourself in a mental illness. But anyway, back to the pedophilia thing. If you can make the same case that person has Tourette's like a pedophile has his desire to sleep with children.
Well, that's a choice. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's behavioral.
Imagine if people laughed and enabled that behavior and didn't sort of.
we call them the left in these parts.
Exactly. So at a certain point, whether it's natural or not, the consequences matter, and you don't get a pass. You know, like no one.
Yeah, but the difference here is she's not hurting children. You know, I think that would be. But you know, if you want to have sex with prepubescent children, you've got a problem because you've got no empathy for other people because they're not built for it. You know, that's you're sadistic, and you're happy to have your needs met at the cost of other people's sanity.
Right, and we're getting to the idea that just because you could even grant that a pedophile, he's not making it up, he's not lying to you, it's not even a choice for him to be attracted to who he's attracted to. But that still is what of it. You know, it's like you still have to deal with the ramifications of the behavior.
Absolutely. How many times have you in your life thought, I just want to knock you out, you horrible bastard? But you don't, because we have rules in society that allow us to organize things to the best of our ability. And so you don't, because you know, regardless of your maybe traumatic, maybe primeval, maybe your lizard brain, whatever those things are, you know, we get to make choices. And so you don't do certain things.
And then you get into the whole issue about free will and whether or not we can really make a case to hold anyone responsible for anything, because half the time they're just reacting. I mean, I look at these viral videos of just obscene violence, just impromptu violence, and it's like, good God, like, are they in control? Because it seems so irrational and so crazily violent that it wouldn't make sense that they're choosing to do it. It makes more sense that it's subconscious or something else.
Well, you know, I like do you know King of the Streets? It's the biggest now underground fight club. I think I talked to you about it the other day, and I love watching it. I love the UFC. I love MMA. But if I see someone out in the street sucker punch someone, it's one of the most awful things to watch. I despise that. You know, if two blokes in the street want to have a fight, go for it. But just someone outright hitting someone for their own needs.
Yeah.
And with not a care in the world for that other person, no. And you've made a choice, you know. The psychiatry can say he's a psychopath. Well, okay, he's still making a choice. That you've defined what he is.
Well,
but
I mean,
that label doesn't help me at all. He still chose to do it.
This goes back to our fairness thing. I mean, the sucker punch is totally crazy that people try to do that or do that and get away with it. If you announce to someone you're in a fight and ready to fight, this is honorable. This is what they did back in the, duel days where we would have, or, back in the Wild West. If a guy pulled a gun on you, you knew, you called him out and he's going to pull and you're going to pull and may the best man win. They wouldn't even arrest someone for that. You killed a dude in the street, but he had a gun and we were both in a shootout. So it was a fair fight, basically.
Well, that's why I like things like King of the Streets, because if two blokes want to scrap, men do fight, and the emasculation and feminization of women of men through education. You know, I like things like underground fight clubs because it's nature fighting back. No, men like fighting. Let them if they want to.
It reminds me of Wimbledon or any tennis game match where the guy's going to serve and he's going to bounce the ball. And if he's Nadal, he's going to do his little OCD stuff.
He's got plenty of those, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's going to, toss it up and maybe it's not a good toss. But he's also looking at his opponent and making sure they're ready. Now, this is an unspoken rule, but if he were to quick serve him, like this guy Kyrgios has been doing, this Australian hothead, where he does a quick underhand serve.
I've seen it. I haven't seen this fella, but a few years ago, I just saw he threw it up and then just plinked like a little lob over the net. Is there a bloke doing this on the regular now?
Yeah, he does it often, and it's fair, it's legal, but it's totally dishonorable, and everyone sort of whistles at it, and the guy that he's doing it to.
Oh, I like it in a way. It's a bit naughty, isn't it?
Yeah, but the opponent gets pissed, and it's like, so now later in the match, if you've been served in that fashion, the other guy will have an overhand smash or some volley at the net, and he'll smash it at the opponent, which is also, that's legal too, but it's not. You're not supposed to do that because you're supposed to have decorum, and be fair and not be a violent prick. But there's certain unenforced rules that it's interesting to see society kind of enforce unenforced rules in a very subtle way.
What's the fella's name? I want to look into this. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's Kyrgios. He's a mulatto from Australia. He just made the Wimbledon finals. Nick Kyrgios. It's a weird last spelling. I'll get it for you.
Yeah, I can remember that. Well, there you go. Higolini's nailed it. It's not sporting. Yeah, I mean, sport is about shared rules, isn't it? And I understand what you're saying, Devon, about it is in the rules, but they assumed, when the English invented it, they probably assumed that people would play fair.
But the thing is, a sucker punch. This is what we have noticed is the slide that sucker punches are now mainstream or so normalized when they shouldn't be at all. A sucker punch is a gargantuan violation of every man code, any sense of honor. It is ridiculous. So it's not just a fight; it's a sucker punch fight. This is
I hate it. If I saw someone do it, I'd pick up the nearest bottle and it would be over his head because no, you don't. That's such a pussy move. It's awful.
Even the squabbling fights where you're up in a guy's chest and you're kind of talking tough and you're being, you have a conflict there and he knows you're in a conflict. A lot of guys are like, no, I'm just here to push and to bark. I don't want to fight. And then all of a sudden, boom, here comes a punch. That's a different kind of sucker punch. So it's like a tier 2 sucker punch, but it's still not honorable.
Yeah, I think if you're going to fight a bloke in the street, obviously I don't expect you to sit down and fill in a form, but there's ways, there's a semiotic way of saying, well, let's have it. When you take the shirt off and you go, well, come on then.
Right.
And the other bloke either gets to say no or takes his shirt off and go, let's go. That's easily arranged, isn't it?
They used to slap people in the face with a glove, or that there were official ways to call somebody out where it was not unclear. It was like they did this in Game of Thrones. Not that that's real, but it's kind of real. And remember Tyrion Lannister was about to be chucked out of the moon door, and
I didn't watch it. I don't. Sorry.
Well, okay. Well, he says, "I want trial by combat," which was a thing, and he has a guy, an avatar for him, who comes in and fights on his behalf. But there's a start point. I mean, you got to start when the bell goes. You can't.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, it's awful sucker punching it. It's it's so entitled, isn't it? It's entitled.
Well, it's cowardice. It's cowardice because they are afraid for it to be a fair fight, so they have to get the advantage through a surprise attack, paging the Japanese.
Which takes us nicely onto our next section. There's loads of this on the internet. There always has been, but I'm going to suggest there's been a real uptake of this in the last couple of years, and it's self-defense moves for women. It's not a great clip, but the conversation, you'll understand where I'm going with it, because it's quite ridiculous. I've just got to do it again, or we won't get the audio. Apologies.
Okay.
And the thing about them is they're rubbish, because you're going to get hurt if you try any of them.
Okay.
Second, we have the same side wrist grab.
God. Oh my God.
There you go. He just waits for that.
As he grabs your wrist, use that momentum to palm strike his nose, then knee strike his groin.
Looks like a dance move for K-pop, not really a fight technique.
The opposition, it's almost like that sort of Aikido, just do what you want with me sort of thing.
Everything is just 2 counts.
So everything is just 2 counts. Is terrible.
Dance routine.
1, 2, then run.
Yeah, but darling, I'm interested in 1.5 and 2.5 when you're out cold.
Away.
Yeah.
Third, we have the arm over shoulder grab.
Can I take you home?
Back off!
Can I take you home? Ugh. She ran away quite fast.
It was a weird angle, wasn't it? Can I take you home? There's only one more. Let me play the one more, and then we'll get into it. Can I take you home? Was weird. I mean, admittedly, looking at him, the answer is always no.
Yeah, especially pulling that face. Like...
Trap his hand tightly with both hands. Step back to a you defend bow stance. Turn underneath his arm to twist his arm as you shift your bow stance. Transfer your weight to your base leg, then side kick his knee. Everything is happening in 3 counts.
And these shows get millions of views. Maybe they're hate viewing. Hard to say.
1, 2.
Oh, there's a fetish for.
Run away and escape. Fourth, we have the rear.
I mean, would tap pump go without a doubt? I mean,
I like her shirt. You defend. I think we should have a new logo for Yukaki with the same font.
Yeah. The emphasis, the color emphasis on the U.
Bear hug.
I mean, first things first, no one's grabbing you like that. They're going to go for a rear naked, not the peculiar brother trying to get you off the computer hug. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that classic, yeah.
Step 1 foot to the side into a you defend horse stance as you push his arms, executing a push hand technique.
Did she say a you defend horse stance? That's what I heard. It kind of is a horse stance.
Now, in fairness, at the beginning, I missed out, which she does explain the horse.
Oh, it's horse stance. Okay.
Yeah, it's from Wado Roo, isn't it? It's my old man done Wado Roo before MMA, and people thought that stuff worked. But it does sound like she says first you do the horse stance. I done a little wee when she said it. Let's just finish this.
Step 1 foot to the side into a you defend horse stance as you push his arms, executing a push.
I mean, in fairness, I have defended horse over the years.
Palms hand technique.
Someone's got to. So there you go. Oh, and I've already opened up the next can of worms.
Oh God, Jake Paul. I like how she ran away without looking back. She was just like, I'm being grabbed. That could be, I don't know, my best friend. It could be my father. No, it's probably some psycho.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Hey! I mean, what's the takeout? If you're a woman and a bloke grabs you, tell him where your money and your phone is. That's probably the best you're going to get away with. You're going to have to hope that he's here for money and phones.
Well, you could go limp and just say, look, fighting this guy is actually opening a can of worms where it could lead to your death or severe injury. But I have seen recently many clips of men fighting women. So, like, speaking of no shame and no fairness, that is often, if you check out your timeline, it will be peppered with that.
Well, hang on. In what context have you seen men fight?
Well, oftentimes it's bleeps, but they don't care. The gender barrier does not stop them from pummeling a woman or stomping on her head. You'd think that you would have a little bit of hesitation to perform egregious acts of violence upon a woman, but they don't seem to care.
I mean, I've seen Satan's Backyard, trans fighters fighting men, and that's a bit odd. I mean, ground and pound's quite hard to watch at the best of times. That when it's a woman, just because she's jacking up roids, it's a bit. Mind her tits, please.
Yeah, definitely odd.
Okay, not too much to say about that. And not too much to say about this, but we'll watch it because it is a phenomena at the moment. The problem child made an absolute fortune, a very astute businessman. That can't be argued. And Logan, I know his name now. But if I remember rightly, this is just a little clip reel of some of his fights, and that's what I want to talk to you about.
Sure thing. That's what Deontay Wilder does with the arm.
He's hurt. Gibb is hurt.
Anderson Gibb, fairly outmatched. That was the third knockdown.
Boxing trainer pop it all time. That's what they say. You betcha.
Absolutely. Turn the lights out there.
Nick Robinson from the University of Washington.
Back to his head. You want to continue? Back of his head. Bang, right.
Oh God. Ben Askren.
I mean, in fairness, I'd like to think I could take Ben Askren, but
notoriously one of the worst strikers in UFC history. But yeah,
yeah. And then why would you lose your legs for? Well, it didn't make any sense, did it? Anyway. But yeah, was that worth the money? I don't know. No. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
so let's get.
You got to shut Tyron Woodley.
I can't at the moment. Okay. It's 3:30. So what do you make of it? What do you make of Jake Paul being a fighter? What's your take on it?
Oh well, it's a fascinating thing. You can't deny his prowess. He does have ability. He's obviously taking on people that are way older than him, not boxers. So he's beating up on older guys past their prime who are not involved in the sport of boxing. He recently did have a somewhat solid win, and he's planning to fight again. I think it's interesting because here's the overlapping concentric circles where you have a young, cocky dude who's young, feels invincible, talks a lot of shit, has some momentum, has some a platform, decides I'm going to take on whoever, Conor McGregor. I'm going to take on Floyd Mayweather. I'll beat all the big names. I think he's now taking on Anderson Silva, which is also part of, who is not a boxer and who's way past his prime. So he's going to knock out these names and wear them on his belt, sort of as a trophy.
Do you think he'll beat Anderson Silva?
Oh,
I mean, Anderson Silva's got what is he, 40 now? He's got to be 40.
Way more than that. He's late 40s, and he's going to beat him easily, and he will. But it's still the same thing. Why aren't you taking on a young man?
Why would Anderson Silva ruin
money? But he's already ruined it. He took steroids and he's lost a bunch of fights. But the thing is, when you're young and cocky and brash,
he's 47.
Exactly. The one thing you have on your side is you have youth, and boxing is a young man's game. And I don't care what anyone says. If you see a younger man beat an older man at an act of physical exertion, no one should be that shocked. I don't care if the older man is more famous. It doesn't matter. So when Logan Paul took on Floyd Mayweather, he did have a chance to beat Floyd Mayweather. He could annihilate that dude in a street fight because he's bigger and he's younger. It's not like rocket science. So Jake has harnessed it all. He's a genius marketer, and he's going to ride this thing for as long as it can go, and he'll probably take a few different twists and turns along the way.
Do you think he's doing it because it's good money, it's more fame, it helps with all his other projects, or it doesn't have to, these aren't mutually exclusive, obviously, or do you think he's actually going to try and start fighting people who are, that are proper competitions? Do you think he's trying to be a contender?
I think he's less interested in winning actual traditional titles in boxing. I think any match he makes is an event, and he can sell out arenas, and make a ton of money. So he's really developing a new thing, which is, I don't know what they call it, celebrity boxing, but that has a gong show.
Influencer fighting, which we're coming on to next.
Okay. So he is making it work, and the numbers are proving it. And if he's challenging guys like Mike Tyson, who's not going to watch Mike Tyson, even at this age, fight Jake Paul in the hopes that he will get knocked out? He's playing the heel. He knows people hate him. He doesn't care. So he's embraced that. And I think he does it for the challenge. I don't think he's doing it for the money, although that's great. He does it because everyone thinks he can't do this.
I think you're right. That's a great call.
Yeah.
His whole thing. I actually quite like Logan Paul. I weirdly watch his podcast. I think he's quite a bright chap. Yeah. The pair of them have made a fortune. And a lot of these people, a lot of these internet things, they're flash in the pan. They don't invest. They're not clever, and it's gone. But Logan Paul seems like quite a bright bloke. I think the problem child, ironically, is a problem child. I think he is lacking love. And I think that's what it's all about. I think he needs people to look at him. He needs to be acknowledged. That's what I think this is about. I just got that Tyrone Woodley KO up that you mentioned, because it's quite worth it. It's only about a 5-second clip, I think. Sure. But we should have a look at it.
It's a clean shot late in the round six.
Oh! I mean, that's quite a right hook.
And it's noteworthy that is not a nobody. That's a former champion in the UFC for a long time, and he has never been knocked out like that in the UFC. Actually, once he did get knocked out badly by a white guy. Just with elbows. It was insane.
That was quite that. I mean, I think you're right. I think as soon as he has a proper loss, maybe it goes the full distance and his head's been battered left and right and he's pissing out bits of his liver like proper boxers, I think maybe he'll probably stop.
If you have time, there's a few second clip here that you should see, which is him getting knocked out early in his career by a guy named Nate Marquardt, with a deadly combination of punches and elbows. And
okay. I didn't know anything about this. Hang on, who's this? This is Tyrone Woodley taking an iodine early in his career.
Yeah. It is one of the most violent endings of a fight I've ever seen.
I've never heard of Nate Marquardt.
Yeah, he was early on. He got busted for roids at some point. His sister was a Playboy bunny who was one of the girlfriends of Hugh Hefner. Just a weird piece of
lovely birds. So those classic American blonde cheerleaders. They do press buttons. It's let's have a look at this then. So Tyrone Woodley versus Nate Marquardt. It's 44 seconds, so don't blink, people.
Women love me, but niggas hate it.
Oh shit. He's holding him up. Oh my god, an elbow in the back of the head.
Another one.
Oh. Hang on, that should have been stopped after that first elbow, surely.
Well, the ref was coming in, but yeah, it happens quick.
Women love me, but the niggas hate it.
That's it, stop. He's down. Fucking hell. Good Lord! Stay up. I haven't finished with you yet. Oh, and the uppercut!
Yeah. The final uppercut was a little bit excessive.
He probably thought, how can I keep him on his feet a bit longer? I know, uppercut.
I mean, elbows, when they're used in combination, it's something to behold.
Yeah.
Deadly.
Yeah. You haven't got the rest of the extension, have you? It's so strong off his shoulder.
Yeah. If it hits clean, I mean, and that second elbow he did hit him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
So it's like that's a temple shot. He's definitely off balance.
Technically illegal, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
you should check out King of the Streets, this underground fighting. It's no rules.
Oh,
Gouging is allowed.
It's on YouTube, or where do I find it?
Yep. King of the Streets. Eye gouging is allowed. You can kick them in the head when they're on the ground. You can stamp on their head. The fighters can agree that no submission isn't a stop and all that. You know, it can. There's no rounds, no times. You fight until one of you can't move. It's intense. It's very intense.
Well, I'm looking at the YouTube channel. It almost has 1 million subs.
The production values. There's a few others of these. Do you know what's it called? Street beef.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, Satan's Backyard. It's like that, but they thought, well, let's do that, but put some money in it and get some decent editors in. I've lost weeks watching King of the Streets. I think I've probably watched every fight.
I might do a video.
I think it'll be great. I put this in for you because you and Andy Worski always been good friends. This is, of course, when Salt Pappy. So, we'll get into the talk about the influence of boxing. So, for people who don't know, over the last year or so, influence of boxing, big YouTube names. They train for a month or so, and it's pay-per-view. If I remember rightly, Dev might be able to correct me. I don't know. But loads of people watching it. iDubbbz of all the people done it. That little skinny idiot. Actually, we'll get onto that. So this is when Andy Worski, who looks roided up to the fucking tits. I mean, he's got that moon face. His head has changed shape because he's.
I don't think it's steroids, but yeah, it's something.
Something, yeah. I mean, he doesn't last long, people. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at Andy Worski. And he's got. I kind of like Andy though. He's got so much mouth, and he
Yeah, but this is after years of tough talk of I'm challenging people. I'm going to fight Tonka. I'm a real man. I'm going to fight all these people. After years of barking, here's what the guy was about.
Yeah, and when did all that Tonka? You're talking about 6 years ago, really, isn't it? All that.
Yeah, it was a while back.
He's been saying he's a fighter. I remember that thing in the street where it nearly kicked off and he actually ran away. That wasn't a good sign.
Yeah, stay back. I mean, that stuff showed his internal, like where he was strength wise, but we never got to see him fight even in that. He just ran from a fight.
I mean, it looks like he's put about 25 kilos on for this little turnout with Salt Pappy. But I've seen Salt Pappy do one of these before, and I wouldn't have put my money on Worski. Let's have a look. No. Here we go. Don't blink, people.
Strength ain't going to help you.
Here's the whole fight, ladies and gentlemen. You could tell that
Worski fights on every feint.
And that's not a good thing to be in boxing. You got to be loose, just like Poppy.
Yeah. What are those? What's that guard?
That was that left hand. The left hand, lights out. It was turned.
Look at him. I just want to. I mean, that neither here nor there guard is really weird.
It was so old school. It's bizarre. So he's bad. His footwork is terrible. His body language, his demeanor, his everything. No fluidity.
It's about 7 inches away, though. So even if he got it in the fist, he's still going down. Let's just have a look at that last bit again. It's too funny.
He doesn't throw a punch. He throws a single punch. So in training, he must have thrown thousands upon thousands of punches. He throws the most limp, ineffective punch in the history of time. Salt Pappy ignores it immediately and just hits him with a 4-punch combo, knocking him unconscious.
I didn't realize that he didn't throw a punch. That's incredible.
No, but there's one, but it hits the guy in the collarbone, and it's like nothing. But you got to. The video's not on.
Wait. There's his one punch there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there it is. Missed him by that much.
Here we go. One more time.
Here's the whole fight, ladies and gentlemen.
What is that goal?
You could tell that Warski was very tense, and that's not a good thing to be in boxing. You got to be
You're
loose,
right.
just
Every
like
feint, he's all over the shop, isn't he?
Here's his
Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Don't hit me, Dad!
Feinted with that was that left hand. The left hand lights out.
Dude, it was two
I mean,
left
stay
hands.
down.
He rocked
It's
him
so-
with the first and then shut the lights out with the second.
How on TikTok?
That's a
Yeah,
there's a fella that I know you want very much.
no, don't ruin it. Oh, ruined it already.
That's all right.
You know where we're going with that. So there's two things I want to talk about here. Influence of boxing. What do you make of that first? I don't want to tell you what you can and can't say. I'm not the Canadian government, but without going into Sam, because that's the next thing, really. What do you make of influence of boxing?
Well, I think that boxing is going to
Oh, you've gone silent, mate. I can't hear. No. Maybe it's my earpods. Can anyone else hear, Devon?
I'm here.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
No.
I replugged. So boxing exists on its own. I don't think these are either or. They're not mutually exclusive. I think this is a new sport and it's fine. And it's, entertainment. It's blood sport. It's what the people want. Watching the top tier people fight each other is fun for the purists, but there's other stuff that's entertaining. Like in the chess world, people like watching the top grandmasters compete, but also let's watch some scrubs compete or some amateurs compete, because that can be...
I've called out Sargon on my channel.
Okay,
if he can get to Phnom Penh, I'll fight Sargon.
Yeah, I mean, we like competition in all of its forms. That's why you'll watch a 125-pound man fight another of the same weight. We don't need to see the heavyweights only. That's ridiculous. So I like it, is what I'm saying.
I like it too, but I'm concerned is a bit of a exaggeration. I don't think about it that much. But I thank you for that donation, Raymond. I will deal with that. I can't help but think that it's going to start filtering out the chaff, though, and start getting a bit more serious. I mean, that Salt Pappy, or whatever his name is clearly in a class above most of them. And I kind of think that the fun will sort of slowly drain out of it as the quality goes up. And then when they contact, I don't know, PewDiePie or whoever, it'll be like, no, these people are like trained fighters now.
But
I kind of see it going that way.
Marketing is everything, and you have to have some beef and some drama, some story and narrative. Salt Pappy, he's calling out KSI. So if that fight does get made, then people would watch it because, he gets known to the public. This is his second big fight, and it could turn into something. Of course, if you don't know the people, it doesn't matter. No one looks at that fight and goes, let's just see the fight for the sake of the fight. It only makes sense if you know the guys.
Every influencer fight I've watched, I've just gone past the ones I don't know. I need to know at least one of them, because otherwise it's just not a very good fight from a couple of strangers.
Yeah, and half of these influencers no one is aware of. They're different weird pockets of the internet that you're not partaking in. If someone said to me, hey, one of the guys from, what's that super popular Korean boy band?
Thankfully, I can't help you.
Exactly. BTS or something. I don't know. But anyway, if one of those guys is going to challenge another guy, that might matter to billions of people out there, not to me. Yet if Brad Pitt said, I want to fight Tom Cruise, and they set that fight up,
oh, amazing.
I'd watch it.
That would be amazing. Yeah,
I'd watch it.
The whole world is on that fight. I just need to say, your commentary of Copper Cab versus Gavin McGuinness was one of the funniest things I've ever seen on the internet. I looked for it. I can't find it anywhere. People, if you can find, where is it on BitChute or is it?
I can look for it. I'll give a look.
Copper Cab. I mean, do you remember when you, Bear in Sugar Tits, had Copper Cab, and he had a heart attack, and he actually did. Did he really? While we were all streaming together. Well, he said he did, and there was photos of him all like, saline drips and all that afterwards.
Found a link.
He did call me out though. He did call me out. I said something. He went, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Yeah, fair enough."
Yeah, he's a weird one. He's not just that he's ginger. He's just a bit odd. I do have a link though. I found it, if in case you want to take a gander.
We'll have a look at a bit, but let's watch a bit because you were hilarious. Let's find that. There you go. How did you find that on the old alt censored? I've got loads of old stuff on that I wish I wasn't on there. Get me in trouble one day.
Yeah, I mean, this was a real boxing match.
Yeah.
This is not a prank or whatever, and it's Gavin trains boxing, so he knows somewhat what he's doing.
So let me see if I can get this on. So yeah, so people, if you don't, I'm sure most of you know Gavin McGuinness is, and you probably know who Copper Cab is. I don't know how much of a, it's very hard to tell how much of Copper Cab is a.
I enjoy a good fight. I do.
It's very hard to know how much of Copper Cab is trolling and how much of it is actual. Why isn't it giving me a little?
Yeah, it's not the best streaming, but yeah, I think I do some intro and then I just get into the fight.
Oh, okay. I'll take it back a bit. Let's try it here.
I might have to hit a refresh on it.
I've absolutely fucked it, haven't I?
Nah, it's fine.
So yeah, they Copper Cab and Gav McInnes had a real fight, and I don't think I'd have enjoyed it as much without Devon's commentary. Let's watch it.
I enjoy a good fight. I do. I admit it. I like to see human cockfighting. Why? It's not that I'm into cock. It's not that I'm into.
Devon, it's 20 minutes though. That's the problem.
No, okay, yeah. Go, we can
That's
dive
why I
in for a
wanted to
minute.
find the fight. Do you know where the fight is though?
Yeah, that's a good guess. Click there.
But then it's going to not start again, isn't it?
Give it a second.
Bollocks. All right, I'll just let that.
Let us simmer. Obviously, it's unfortunate. He's, so it's unfortunate. Yeah, I think I did some like pre-fight build-up. Again, what influencer boxing does, which is you have to have.
I'll certainly put the link in the chat so that you can catch it later. But it's so funny, and it is worth watching the whole thing. But we're rapidly approaching 4 a.m.
No problem.
Right, I'm gonna get right there. You go. Look, I've put the link in the chat. People can watch that. Honestly, people, it's it's fan. Devon's hilarious. It's just brilliant. It's brilliant. It's a shame that we couldn't have watched that there, but Alt Censor's a bit dodgy. Right, so let's have a look at the next clip, and you know what it is anyway, but I'll sort of point you in the direction I'm interested in your take, but it just links nicely to the influence of fighting. So this is comedian and comedy actor, I suppose, Sam Hyde, who took part in influencer boxing and won, and he's got this Irish character. Here's him talking.
By the name of Hassan Piker. Are you going to get that fight?
Oh, I will if I have to go to Hollywood. Myself and me lonesome on me little moped. I'll go out there and get him, Donnick. You'll see. I'll be out there committing a crime and stalking him because I'm gay and I'm obsessed with him.
So, Sam Hyde, the candy man there, of course. He's called out Hassan Piker, another friend of yours. I mean, incredible. What a twat. Hassan's Twitch stream is... I mean, there's that massive ego, low self-esteem just in full effect. The man is just a shell of a shadow of a human. I mean...
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a mess.
You'd put money on him being trans, wouldn't you? So I don't really want to talk about the Candyman, but you can. But Sam Hyde is a phenomena. That's where I'm going with this. What do you?
Oh well, he is the Candyman, Sam Hyde. I think that. Are you talking about Hassan? Who do you want to talk about?
No, I'm talking about Sam Hyde. Is that what do you make of the whole Sam Hyde explosion? And did you see the iDubbbz documentary?
I did see that. I'm intending on doing a video on Sam Hyde because I'm new to the guy. I have come up with an image that I view as these are the parents of Sam Hyde. This is how you get to Sam Hyde. And let me see if I can send it to you because, yeah, he's very, very interesting, very quirky. I think it's genius, actually, that he has decided to pick Hassan Piker as a target because that guy's a prime target to get some attention off. But he is a very interesting guy. You can never quite tell if he's joking or not. But here's the 4 dudes I see him as a combination of. I see it as Andy Kaufman meets Tom Green meets The Amazing Atheist meets what's his name? Randy Macho Man Savage. So
I know the first three. That's the I can. Yeah, I mean, visually, The Amazing Atheist.
That's the only thing is visually from him.
Thankfully,
right.
But there's definitely Kaufman in there. The whole what's real here.
Exactly.
That's definitely there. Yeah. Who was the second name?
Tom Green, the comedian.
Yeah. Freddie Got Fingered.
Basically, yep, that guy.
Yeah. Fantastic.
And the Macho Man Savage has an energy that is just so what this guy's about.
I mean, I've been watching Sam Hyde for a few years from the Dollar Millionaires Extreme or whatever. Have you seen the it's a sketch where they're all sort of sitting around having a dinner party and his girlfriend breaks the table and cuts all her face up.
Yes, I did see that one.
And that was the first thing I ever saw. And I knew nothing about any of them. And he's got this weird little bowl haircut. And I thought, fuck me, that's dark. That's actually dark. And you're going some to be dark on the internet these days.
Yeah, he's pushing the envelope and he clearly doesn't give a fuck. He's sort of, I think he's immune to embarrassment, to awkwardness. Like, I guess as a stand-up, you must know this. You have to go through that war and become hardened to, whatever reaction you're going to get. But he provokes the reaction. I mean, he's up there to antagonize the audience, and not all of it works. And I'm safe to say that, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm glad.
He's also kind of bulletproof because he's deliberately repellent to look at. He doesn't try and make himself look good. So you call him a weird, ugly, fat bloke. He's like, yeah, I am a weird, ugly, fat bloke. But have you seen his TED Talk?
Yeah, I've seen clips of it. Yeah, brilliant.
It's
just over
amazing.
the top. But
there you go. Hello, Galileo's tongue. He's just mentioned that as well. Nice to see you, mate.
His size is interesting too, because a lot of comedians tend to be shorter, smaller in stature. A big guy like that going out there doing his thing and also keeping you on your toes. So he's going to do something that you haven't seen before, which, what he said when he called out Hassan Piker, I mean, he broke many laws in that call.
He said he was going to kill him at once, didn't he?
In real life.
Because there's two. There's that one where he says, because I'm gay and I'm obsessed with him. But the other one he says, in real life, I'm going to kill him.
Yeah, they mean, and the guy goes, "You mean in the cage, right? In the ring?" He goes, "No, in real life." Without skipping a beat, he said, "No, in real life, I'm going to kill him." Like he could have been arrested in the ring for saying that, but he wasn't, and he knows what he's doing apparently.
And well, I mean, that would be an interesting court case when he says, "Hang on, I was at the Influence of Boxing. I was hired as Sam Hyde. I'm a comedian."
Well, and Hassan's reaction to that was amazing.
That was ridiculous.
It was total cowardice.
What a wet pussy. I mean, there's one small thing about Sam Hyde, and I question whether it might just be a bit of jealousy on my part that I'm even looking for this. I think there might be some magic money somewhere. I think
What does that mean?
You don't get to be that off the wall. You don't get to turn down the gigs he's turned down. They fucked. I know the show got banned, but he has been offered a lot of money by corporations. I reckon he probably comes from a few quid, and that does give you license to do what you want in a way. That I'm not judging him on that, but it's very hard if you're a comic. Where does he get all the money for all his stunts from? He hasn't got a day job, has he?
Yeah,
he doesn't do gigs. He doesn't do stand up.
I'm not sure, but he has had some mainstream success. So who knows where all that money has been? But yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's going to come up with next, and I'm not sure he's trying to go mainstream. I think he's too canceled, and his positions and his track record. I mean, there's too many clips of him talking about too many taboo subjects.
Isn't it amazing though that it's almost like he's gamed cancel culture, because the more he's cancelled, the bigger he gets. I was, like I say, I was watching him a few years ago, and he just keeps breaking the rules and getting bigger and bigger. It's like he's found the magic key to work being cancelled.
Well,
Darren. Sorry, mate, it's getting late. For people who don't know, iDubbbz is a huge YouTuber, one of the old crowd that was one of the first big YouTubers. Everyone loved him. He's an absolute twat, to be honest with you. Not my cup of tea anyway. He's not really a twat, but just not my cup of tea. Headphones dying. Anyway, he asked Sam Hyde if he could do a documentary about him, and Sam Hyde said yes. So iDubbbz goes up there, spends a few days with him. It's the weirdest few days. Yeah, my headphones have just died. It's the weirdest few days. Sam Hyde's girlfriend's there. She's got bits of her hair shaved off. She's a methamphetamine addict, and Sam Hyde just sort of bosses her around. They go shooting. They just do really weird things. He takes iDubbbz to his, the studio where they make everything, and iDubbbz keeps sort of turning to the camera and sort of saying, I feel I'm not really getting to see the real Sam Hyde. It's quite awkward being around him. Him and his friends, they're quite cliquey. It's all this, and it's just a lie. And at the end, I thought that Sam Hyde would make iDubbbz think he'd got away with it, and then do a big reveal later. But no, he told him at the end of the few days. Sam Hyde just says to him, "No, it was all just a lie." He said, "That's not my life." He says, "I hired that girlfriend," and she says, "Yeah, I'm just an actress. I only met Sam last week." And they all just laughing at iDubbbz. They literally spend 5 days and all this stuff they staged and paid for just to make a joke on iDubbbz.
Well, he had a bit of contempt. Now I'm hearing my voice, but also that ended their relationship. I mean, they're not on good terms anymore. So I don't think he ever appreciated.
Are you still hearing your voice?
Yeah, I hear myself. No, not my voice. It's all good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's quirky. I think he's a smart guy, though.
Did you see that coming, Devon, the iDubbbz thing, or was you as shocked as me by the end of it?
No, I think I picked up pretty early on that he doesn't give a shit and is not going to be sincere at any time.
But did you think that was his girlfriend and all that?
Oh,
I was fooled. I thought, this is weird. Look at Sam's life. Okay.
Well, it's the curious part is why lie? Why create this mystery? Why not be real at some point? But he's always performing. So if you're on iDubbbz's YouTube channel, that's a huge audience. So to think of this as a behind the scenes expose and I'm going to give the world my real self, that's not how he viewed it. He viewed it as I'm walking into an amphitheater of millions of people. I'm about to perform. And I don't care if it's just me and this guy in a car. I'm in front of millions of people and I know it. So that's how he played it. And
that's perfect. Higolini said Sam explained it all at the beginning. Well, I obviously missed that because I watched it and I was as convinced as iDubbbz. That's a fair point, actually, Pizzle. I haven't really got much against him. He's just not really my cup of tea. Yeah, you're right. What would be the point? Because Sam Hyde doesn't. It's the mystique that is what keeps him interesting.
And it's same thing with Copper Cab or anybody who it's like, are they joking? Are they not joking? Part of their appeal, part of their branding is the mystery as to what they are really about. The character they play versus the real them. And the truth is, what if the real them is not that interesting? If Copper Cab takes off his shtick, why watch him? Who cares? So they have to rely on it because maybe they can't come up with the best material. Maybe they need that intrigue to drive the views.
Well, yeah, and I imagine, if you did actually just spend 4 days with Sam Hyde, like the rest of us, there'd just be a bloke washing his clothes, buying some food,
exactly.
ringing his mum.
You have to have a shtick, and whatever works. It's just sometimes it's like a movie trailer, a premise for a film. It sounds interesting, like what's going to happen? Like it's a great concept, and then you watch the movie, and it's like it was a bluff. The filmmakers had nothing, and the trailer is better than the movie. I mean, how many times does that happen?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I do think Sam has original ideas and has some courage and some, the bravery to actually try these ideas in public in real time. So for that, he's watchable.
No, I think he's great. I think he's I try not to have favorites, but he's top of my list at the moment for funny people on the internet. Okay, last one. We got there.
Nice.
We can't watch all of this because I'll get yeeted, but I took a little cut of it. Let's have a look at this.
All right.
30+ years of service.
There'll be some
Combat medals, citations. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Yet you can't get a promotion, you won't retire. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now. Yet here you are. Captain. What is that?
It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
So the Top Gun 2 Maverick. Have you seen it?
I have not seen it. I'm open to seeing it, but I have some opinions about the trailer there. First of all, the face of what's his name, Ed. Forget that actor, but his face is looking like the topography of. I mean, the lines is beautiful, but
that's where Mickey Rourke didn't want to go.
Right, exactly. I think it's. I think actually it was received pretty well, this film, but
It's brilliant.
The machismo coming off of it, you should be an admiral, but you still are in the trenches, being a fucking badass with a big dick. I mean, Tom looks great. I'll give him that. The fact that he's producing content to this day is fantastic. Who's his female lead in this? It's that girl, Jennifer Connelly, right?
Yeah, that rings a bell. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's a shame Val Kilmer didn't do this. I mean, if you to see a comparison of how good
Val
Tom
Kilmer's
was,
in it, but he's
is
got
he?
some weird disease, and he only gets
No way.
one scene. Yeah, he's in it, but in real life, he's got this
Oh, does
problem,
he?
hasn't he? He's got something. I don't know
I
what it
didn't know
is.
that. Oh, okay.
And he's in it, and he's all like, it's weird. What they actually, they handle it really well, because they basically said to him, look, let's not pretend you're not sick. Let's
Right.
have your character sick.
Right.
And he
Makes sense.
sort of talks to Tom Cruise, and he sort of hugged him. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen it and you thought it was excellent.
So what did you like about it?
Well, here's the weird thing. The first one meant nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw it, and it was just a bit American. That a lot of those things didn't mean much to me. I was very young when the first one came out. When was it? 85 or something? 86? I wasn't really into war films at that age.
Sure.
But Maverick is one of these movies. It's a bit like, have you seen any of the new Reacher series, Jack Reacher?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
Now, Lee Childs is my dirty little secret, because I like to see myself as a literary figure, and Lee Childs writes Jack Reacher, and it's kind of rubbish. But I've read loads of them, and they made the Tom Cruise film Reacher, and the Jack Reacher character is like 6'4". He's a brick shit house, and Tom Cruise, no, don't do that to my favorite Pulp Fiction character. But the series Reacher has got much. It's like for me, it's like King of the Streets, that underground Fight Club stuff. It's a response to the emasculation of men. It's a response to the feminization of culture. Maverick is all out, like you said, machismo. It's everything you want from that sort of movie. It's blokes. It's blokish. There's a little bit of social justice in there. There's a woman pilot, but they don't shove it in. She just happens to be a woman. And the cinematography is brilliant. It looks great. And one of the reasons I think Tom Cruise is spectacular, we all know he's a Scientologist. No one likes Scientologists. And yet you can watch a movie with Tom Cruise and still love him. That is a measure of how good an actor he is.
It's true. It's very true. It's never reported, but it is, a great observation. Although Scientologists are against psychiatry pretty big time as well. So you might
but they've gone too far in the other direction. Their attempts, they also do drug rehabs, and they've killed a few people.
Well,
with
they're
their
trying to make
own
an omelet.
psychiatry. I mean, it's all right being against psychiatry, but you don't replace it with your own psychiatry. That doesn't count.
Right. There's like a broken clock is right a couple times a day.
There you go. It's a shame you haven't seen it. That's a bit of an anticlimax.
No, but I will see it, and I will get back to you. So let's keep this going for 2 more hours, and then I'll.
It gave me. I'll tell you what it felt like. It felt like when I first watched Rocky, the first one.
Really?
Which is a fantastic movie. You know, it just felt. I felt like I was being entertained. Here's some kind of ludicrous stuff that is largely unbelievable. There's a love interest in it. There's male bonding in it. There's jet fighters. There's the enemy. It's a great movie.
That's incredible. Sounds like a good old fashioned film, and if it entertains you, that's.
I think rather than great movie, you know, Solaris is a great movie, but it's great cinema. It's you watch it, you're excited, you care about the characters, you're blown away by the effects, and
I just looked at the Rotten Tomatoes, and this is stupendous. I had no idea it was this good. 96% on Rotten Tomatoes from critics, 99% from audience.
Well, and as you probably know, it's usually critics down here, audience here, or the other way, isn't it?
But that's after 50,000 audience reviews. I mean, this is well received, so that well done to them. And the fact that they didn't make some woke remake of it, like we've seen with the Predator series, or just shameless pandering to what they think is culturally acceptable today. That's pretty intense.
It gives you, in a culture of Gillette adverts, it's kind of reassuring that stuff like this, it's a Hollywood movie. We know about Hollywood, and yet some people in Hollywood are still happy to, have their themes, the themes that we've all loved for a long time. They're not trying to take them away from us. They're giving them to us, and they're giving them to us by the barrel load.
And getting back to the theme of what should a man be, a lot of these stories, they are trying to answer that question. These people are role models, and they do send a message to the young out there who are watching. And so what did the message of Tom Cruise from the 80s say? What does this character, this version of that guy say? And apparently people like the message, and they could have gone wildly wrong with it. Let's wait and see what the next James Bond is like, for example. So there's many ways to fail when you're doing a remake, but I'm actually astonished. This could be the best rated remake of all time.
That's really interesting what you said, actually. If it went wrong, and it just didn't. And what a wake up call for Hollywood, with all the absolute tosh they're putting out. Someone just said, look, people like this, and this. They pretty much always have done. Why don't we do that? And they did. And I didn't know it had that kind of effect on Rotten Tomatoes.
That could lead to more. So the success of this might wake other people up to say, you know what, let's revisit some old properties in a different way.
That's what Reacher's like as well. Reacher, it's just very machismo. He fancies the bird. He gets the bird. He punches people. He smashes their heads against things. He knows how to work guns. He's got loads of them, and it's just great. And does Rotten Tomatoes review series as well as movies?
I think they do, actually. Yeah.
Put Reacher in.
What would you predict it to be?
I reckon a high audience score and a low critic score. I'd say about 75 audience, 40 critics. But make sure it's not Jack Reacher, the Tom Cruise film. It's just called Reacher.
I see Reacher, a veteran military police investigator, has recently entered civilian life.
That's it.
Okay. 92% Rotten Tomatoes from the critics, 91% from the audience.
Well, there you go. And you can put that and Maverick. That's the same afternoon. You could probably take bits out of one and put it in the other.
Incredible. A couple hidden gems that you've unearthed for us today.
And as someone in the chat just said, Winston, John Wick is kind of like that as well, isn't it? John Wick is just brutal masculinity from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, the criticism could be that there's not much else going on. Like it's kind of a one note shallow thing. Like the guy from Mad Max Fury Road. He did a good job in the role, but the role isn't much. You'd never learn anything about the guy really, and it's kind of frustrating in that way.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point actually. I went to the cinema to see the John Wick films, and not as exciting as Maverick. But I do like the sort of, in a way, they're like a road movie of shooting. You know, here's the problem, guns solved. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
There's not much else.
Sorry,
go on.
Well, I just love in those movies the necessity for the filmmaker to make it morally justifiable that he's about to kill 200 people. And you know, it's like, how do we do that? But they have to do that.
I'm just trying to think how they did. I mean, do they?
Well, they killed a dog. Well,
but they're all assassins, aren't they? That's why you can kill them, because they're killers.
There's that, and they're trying to kill you, so it's carte blanche. But or they're into sex trafficking. Kill them all.
Always fair. I have got one more clip actually. So Maverick isn't the ender. Nice. Now you might not have seen this, but in a way with this one, I hope you haven't. I know that the Glorious House of Scrubs have. Check this out.
All right.
I'll give you some stats on it afterwards as well. Well, actually, I'll just see. Let's just go.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Well.
Stop.
Okay.
Any idea what that is?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is this is Poe's law, because I have no idea if that's a joke or dead serious. It could work either way. I would believe either version of that. Then I would also like some explanation as to where the no-no square starts and stops. I'd like to see it. Like, I need it like a strike zone on a batter. Like, and also, what if the no-no zone is a set zone, but someone's bosoms are so big that they spill out of the no-no zone? Can I then give that a little pat? Or is it, what are the rules here, basically?
Well, there's a couple of things that are going to blow your mind about this. That was made by a city in Finland, a place called Oulu. Maybe Oulu. I don't know how you pronounce it. And because of migrant rape and sexual attacks, right? So there's that. That. The second thing is that cost hang on. I can't remember if it's 3.2 or 2.3. Hang on, I've got the info here. Hang on. 2.5 million euros they got charged for that.
Charged? What do you mean charged?
Well, they went to a marketing company, and when I first showed this on my channel, people were like, hang on, that's just a locked off camera with some dancers. Well, the marketing company probably said, oh yeah, we'll have to think about this. And they went back to them and they probably said, you don't want high production values, you want to make it look like a TikTok video.
Ready.
You want to make it look like it was just done by some office staff. That'll be 2.5 mil, please. That's I didn't make that up. That's been widely reported that it cost 2.5 million euros.
Okay.
And that video I showed you, that looped 3 times. So it's they actually only say it 3 times. Stop. Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. And then, no, they say it twice. That's it.
Yeah.
Don't touch me there.
I would have a couple questions. Who is the intended market for that? As in, yes, I'm against sexual assault. Thought that was a given. But do you think a guy that is prone to commit sexual assault would listen to that and then not do it?
Well, in Sweden, one of the, I think it was Stockholm City Council, gave out wristbands that in tiny little Swedish writing said, do not rape me or something. Sexual assault is illegal or something. And it wasn't an awareness campaign. It was like, oh, actually, stop, look. In our country, you can't do that.
Well, also, it begs the question, if there's a no-no square, is there a yes square or oval or circle?
Around the back, innit? You know.
That's the yes, that's the yes hole.
yes ring.
Oh God.
So so you know, I'm not inventing the stats, because there's also a really good comment on the video. Let me just show you this. So there you go. Finland's. I'll play it because I just went through it. So there you go. This was a few years ago now, but I dug it out because I thought it was funny. It goes on. Let's just get down. There you go. Look, a video from the account representing the Finnish city of Oulu was created to raise awareness of child sexual abuse and empowering people to be aware of rape. I mean, that's probably one thing or two things that people sort of know instinctively, isn't it?
But I mean, well, touch me there is not rape, but I mean, they didn't really address rape in that song, but it's, yeah. I think there's been a rape up there. Oh God.
Twitter user Tina Wick shared the video saying, my hometown has launched a €2.5 million project called Safe Oulu that aims at combating the migrant rape crisis. This is where the money goes. Kill me now. At least be kind and lobotomize me so I won't have to live with this image in my head. Now, I just want to show you the first comment on the video because it's hilarious. Yeah, the male feminists in the background playing along till they get access to the square.
I love it. I love access to the square. Like, it reminds me of something at a Squid Game or something. Like,
there you go. Now with that male feminist in the background playing along, that makes a bit more sense now. Look,
that's it.
Hang on. I mean, I know it's very small on your screen, but the bloke in the top left looks a little bit. Who was that bloke that took a real disliking to you? Well, I know that's a long list, but then took some mushrooms and killed his girlfriend.
Russian Deadpool is the name.
That's him, Russian Deadpool.
Yeah, and that's funny because this whole teach women how to have self-defense and teach them martial arts. That's what he did. He was such a male feminist that he would teach women how to defend themselves against men, and then he went and shot and killed his girlfriend.
And didn't he say the mushrooms were spiked?
Yeah, I mean, you got to say something, right? You got
to. I mean, years ago in England, there was a really loads of really bad quality hashish around called Soap Bar, and there was this myth that it was spiked with opium, but opium costs like 20 times Soap Bar, and why would anyone cut a cheaper drug with a more expensive one? And mushrooms just grow out the ground. Why? It just does. Yeah, look, we've got some mushrooms. Let's spike them. Let's make them more valuable.
Totally.
Is he still in prison? Old Deadpool?
He is. He got a pretty big sentence, and he's doing time out in Colorado, I think. And yeah, I don't think he's up for appeal or parole anytime soon. But as far as that No Square song, are they suggesting that if I touch a woman outside of that square, it's fine? So I can like fondle her arms or legs or foot? Because if you're a foot fetishist, you're loving that song. You're like, oh, I'll just start sucking on some toes. That's way outside the square. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
And then using that in court. Well, hang on a minute. I saw your city council video. I only licked her shoulders and feet. What are you talking about? That was a yes.
And I would have thought they would have said the no triangle. Yeah, the triangle seems like a more logical shape to blockade people from touching. But the square encompasses the boobies, so I guess that works.
Right, I'm going to get through these super chats rather rapid. If any are, I already made a deal with Devon before the stream about a few topics that are off topic. So if any touch on those, I'll just pass them by. Okay, Raymond said first. Nice one, Raymond. Planet X said, Avid Grifter. Thank you, Planet X. Graham said, evening all. Thank you, Graham. Jared said, hello, Dawn Browning. Hope the lady garden. Oh no, sorry, I put lady in there. Hope the garden and family is well. That was from Jared Dawn. Niggling Billy Blogs has dropped 25 Aussie dollars. Nice one, Bill. Devon, love your work. You are an excellent podcaster, music stroke video editor. Marveled at your work for 4 years, but I have a rep, so I've got to niggle. He has. He's a niggler, Billy.
I see.
He'll just ask me questions about things that no one else is talking about 10 times per stream. So the video New Year's Clarity Troll used lazy clips of the troubles that displayed. Oh my God,
this is very specific. But I know
sit down for this, Devon.
Yeah.
Listen, I've got to read it with the first line again. Devon, love your work. You're an excellent podcaster, video stroke music editor. Marveled at your work for years, but I have a rep, so I have to niggle. The video New Year's Clarity Troll used lazy clips of the troubles that displayed your Yankee ignorance of the life of McGregor and the situation of the Republican Island. There is more.
There's more what?
I've just seen if he wrote anything else. He has said some other stuff, but Lord knows what there is more is about.
Okay, well, I use clips of the troubles from Hollywood films, namely the Brad Pitt one, The Devil's Own, and that was primarily the one I used. So yeah, it wasn't a documentary about the situation in Northern Ireland, but it was just a music video. So I'm sure I didn't do it the justice you would hope, but I think it was a love letter to Ireland. That's what I was hoping to do.
Lazy. That's my takeaway, mate. Just lazy. Fucking hell. Being a YouTuber, who'd do it. Okay. Thank you, Bildo. Always appreciated. Always niggling. Al, they can double vocals live, no problem. There you go. Al is a session musician and live bass player. So yeah, I didn't know that, but obviously they can with a desk, I imagine.
Magical.
Thank you, Al. Little Bullet said the new Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman YouTube videos promoting the 2024 Deadpool film are hilarious. All right, nice one, Bullet.
Yeah, I saw that had 34 million views in like a day. And I was like,
already? All right,
yeah,
should we have a little look? Have you got time for a look at that?
Is it just the one video? Apparently there's more than one.
Deadpool 2024. That should give me it, shouldn't it? Oh, there's 3. Oh my God, there's loads of trailers. Deadpool 3. Is that what it is? Deadpool 3.
Yeah, apparently Ryan Reynolds has 20 million followers on his Twitter, so that would give it a big jump.
What? I'm not sure what one we need to watch. I'll tell you what. If I share the screen, Devon, maybe you can tell me what one we should be watching.
Well, I mean, maybe the most popular one to start with.
8.5 million views.
Sounds good.
That seems to have the most. Okay. Now, the weird thing is, although a trailer is an advert, they still yeet you for showing them, which is so weird. I mean, who wouldn't want people showing? Oh, Ryan sitting on a couch. Yes, I've got that one. It's a duck. Great. Let's have it with audio, though. Fart. Thank you. Get those questions in now, people, because the time's running out and my bladder is about to burst. Here we go.
Hey, everyone. We're extremely sad to have missed D23, but we've been working very hard on the next Deadpool film for a good long while now. I've had to really search my soul on this one. His first appearance in the MCU obviously needs to feel special. We need to stay true to the character, find new depth, new motivation, new meaning. Every Deadpool needs to stand out and stand apart. It's been an incredible challenge that has forced me to reach down deep inside, and I have nothing. Completely empty up here. And terrifying. But we did have one idea. Hey, Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time?
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
Okay, good stuff. We don't need to risk a yeeting for the end of it.
No, but you missed the wordplay at the end. The final.
Oh, fuck. All right. Okay, I haven't closed it. Okay. I do like Ryan Reynolds, though. He's easily likable, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
And then they have
Coming Hewn.
Yeah, Coming Hewn, and then Part Hugh is. I saw another one of their teasers. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that's on brand, but okay, I'll watch it.
I like Ryan Reynolds. I think when I look at him, when I watch him acting, to me, he's like a bloke who realised probably when he was about 16 that he was very easy on the eye, got a lot of female attention, found acting very easy, and has just been riding that wave and thoroughly enjoying it.
And he decided to not act and just be Ryan Reynolds.
There you go. He plays himself, doesn't he?
And if it works, it works. And to me, he's a modern day Chevy Chase. He's snarky and pompous, and it's a bit one note, but he plays the note. He hits the note well, So if you take him in moderation, I think he's fun. And a Deadpool movie every couple of years is worth the ride, I'd say.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Well, there you go. Nice one. Good call. That's something else I won't be downloading illegally in about 10 minutes. Okay. Good call, Little Bullet. Thanks for that. Billy the Niggler Blogs is talking about you, Devon.
Nice.
The Nirvana remix is my favourite. Devon, don't let that get you into a sense of I can't remember the rest of that phrase. You know what I'm talking about. Do you? I knew someone would go here and ruin it. I knew it. Do you still support Hillary Clinton? Come on, Bill.
I posted a tweet today about Hillary's emails, and that upset someone. Someone reacted to it and was like, "Oh, you're so cringe when you talk politics." Apparently, people cannot understand why someone would ever be a Democrat, and even when I'm very on the record talking about my total detestment of the far left, but people seem to forget that the left wasn't always insane.
I used to be a communist. There's a lot of things. When I was a communist, we were defending free speech at university.
Right.
That happened. The second edition of Living Marxism that I sold at university had a picture of Tyson on the cover, and the headline was "What's Wrong with Masculinity?" And it was all pro-masculinity. I kind of understand where you're coming from, but the current Democrat administration they're communists and they're wrecking America.
Oh, there's a lot to be said for, we got some issues.
Let's move on. We'll do that on another stream, eh? There's more from Bill. Do you have Trump derangement? Do you have TDS like Sam Harris? Can you explain the rationale? You spelled that wrong. I don't mind correcting it for you, Bill. The rationale for fearing Trump, and supporting Clinton. If I am in a bubble, you're bursting. It would be consensual. I'm asking for it.
Well, the case to be made is pretty simple. I mean, on paper, someone who's not a politician claiming that they can be a politician is a huge stretch. So Trump came in as this celebrity, as someone who's going to buck the system, as a real estate tycoon, as a reality TV show host. So already you're sort of like, there's a case to be made for Hillary Clinton or anyone who's more engaged in politics, who has a track record of being there. Now, Hillary Clinton is not the most popular figure, and she has her detractors and whatnot. And she wasn't the candidate of choice. I mean, for example, I supported Obama over Hillary. I would support Andrew Yang over whoever the hell they ran last time, Biden. So it's not like, I like how people just want to say,
you've ruined the stream, Billy. You've ruined it. Carry on, Darren.
Everyone is so quick to jump on everyone on that side of shit. And then if you were to just take a closer look, there's a lot of infighting on that side. And so like every enemy that you think you have, they hate me too. So, I'm not a fan of Biden. I'm not a fan of Hillary's. I was a fan of Obama. If you want to go to task on that, I would offer up some support for that man. But the party and the entire ideological side has shit the bed, and it's a disaster. And they're being controlled by people who are fucking insane. Like, look at the district attorneys that are getting put in blue states, blue cities, who are getting murderers out of prison.
It's
They're doing
insane.
this. They're
on
doing
the
it for
back of Soros's purse as well, and
Yeah.
they're not even trying to hide that anymore.
No.
It's,
I had a friend of mine, Roberta Glass, I just did a podcast with. She brought it up. She's Jewish from New York. She said Soros is funding the ACLU to the tune of $50 million. And what is their objective? They are funding campaigns of super progressive district attorneys and putting them in power. And the next thing you know, murderers are walking out of prison.
Yeah, they won't even prosecute some crimes.
Right. And so if you're going to sit there and go, who's in favor of that? You tell me who's in favor of that. I'm against them.
Yeah.
Blue or red, I don't give a shit. If you're not against putting criminals in jail, I have a problem. So I don't know, whatever. I mean, people are always trying to purity test and kick people out of tribes, and I'm sitting here going, rethink how you're drawing the lines around your tribes.
It's a fair point. All right, let's move on. Nice one, Bill. It got so unnecessarily sexual at the end. It will be consensual. I'm asking for it. Dawn Browning, love everyone. Mwah. There you go, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. And then another one from Dawn, moist. Well, you certainly do love them. Nice to see you, Field Marshal, really. And I know if you're still watching, I know that it's even later where you are than it is here. It's probably about 9 o'clock in the morning where you are. I think you've probably gone to bed, but it's always a pleasure to see you here. Little Bullet, a lot of people are bad actors. A lot of actors are bad people. There you go. Good call. Misses me in it. Just checking to see if this works again. It does. Dawn Browning again. Devon, do you still have a decent following and isn't Soph 18 yet?
I actually have gone Zen with it. I don't have a large following. It's, when you're behind a paywall, it's getting incredibly, especially coming from the world of YouTube, I'm not getting big numbers, and that's just the way it goes. That's why it sucks to get ripped off a platform that has an algorithm and has access to the known world. But Soph, I don't really watch her stuff, but I think she kind of has a baby face, so I don't really know when she's going to be of age, but I don't know why you'd be asking that. And
yeah. People, when I complain about YouTube, when they block my videos, they go, why don't you go on Odyssey? Why don't you go here? Because YouTube is still the best place to make videos and get new people watching. It just is. That's a fact. Okay, don't forget, people, a little advert. I'm also a writer. I've got a Substack. It's the link under Devon's. It's usually the top one, but I prioritize that. It's totally free. You can put a paywall on Substack. I don't. There's 20 short stories there. 2 of them are samples from my novel that I've been working on 6 years. It's coming out in November. It's a good way of supporting the channel because it supports my ego. And when my ego is supported, I put more content out. So do us a favor. And if you don't like reading, if you don't think you're a reader, you're my target audience because I'm a storyteller, and don't let the idea of reading get in the way of a good story. Yeah, you can use that. Right, thank you for that. Sponsoring the video, Substack. Al said, stoned guy was Ryan Mount. Died a while after the vid. Now, he's talking about the bloke it was the cashier, the first clip we watched. I heard a few people say that. I looked around on the internet. There seems to be conflicting information. That's why I didn't mention that, but I'll trust you, Al. I couldn't find anything that I would put my faith in to be sure, but I certainly did see people saying that. Thank you, Al. Dawn Browning said, do it, Devon. But that was about 3 hours ago, so I apologize, Dawn. I don't know what it was. Niggling Billy says... Have you seen the state of a Posey Parker rally? They have a genderqueer flag flying next to the black definition of woman flag. They booted off a babushka because she tricked them with a rainbow picture, which was the symbol from the Bible, not the queer flag. Fuck her grandchildren, fuck her suffering. Not a fan of Posey then. I must admit her rallies don't look great. They're not great. We already done John's, did Nyman cheat? Thank you, John. Thank you, Bill, for that. Another one from Bill. The classical composers did not need psychedelics, and they made music with far surpasses anything made today. Explain. Are we going downhill? Well, my first question, Bill, how the fuck do you know? How do you know what drugs the classical composers were? And by classical, who do you mean? I mean, we could take the New York School of Minimalists, Steve Reich, Arvo Part, Michael Nyman, Philip Glass. You telling me they didn't take drugs? No? Have you heard their music? How do you know what drugs Beethoven was almost certainly taking laudanum and Mozart. I mean, I don't know where you're getting your information, but, you know, you do niggle, so continue. Thank you, mate. Ragnar Iron Spear, thank you, Rags. Back in my school days, it was sports day, gold, silver and bronze. Now every child gets a medal. Where's the fairness in that? Well, that's fairness gone too far, isn't it, Rags? Rags is he does archery and wins medals. Thank you, Rags. Matt says, if you were Peter North, you would have died, Chris. Uhuru, baby monsters. Yes, well, I mean, I suppose... I think if you were Peter North, you'd have died, Matt, because he died, didn't he? People who don't know, Peter North, a famous late 70s, early 80s porn star, got on the gear and died. Mrs. Me in it, thank you, Matt. Mrs. Me in it, back from Spain. The man in the tobacco shop liked me for my grasp of English and Spanish. Lol. Gave me a free lighter for trying. What, on account of petrol? Thank you, Mrs. Me in it. Flammadiddler. It was Ivy Tilsley who pioneered the plastic surgery disaster look. Good call, Flammadiddler. It's a very local reference, but Coronation Street viewers from 1984 will get it. 160, thank you, mate. My black criminal justice teacher thought OJ was innocent. There you go. There you go. Hans, thank you. Gentlemen, a question for Devon that he doesn't have to answer. No, I already talked to Devon about that, and there's reasons. But thank you, Hans. Much appreciated. 160. I'd watch that pay-per-view if OJ were to kick the door down and beat him with that ice pack. I don't know what that means. Maybe because it's out of context. Aramas says, Devon and Danger, a dream team. Amazing. Planet X says, have a bit more grifter. Thank you, Planet X. RP, Raymond Piper. I was a boxing trainer at Folkestone Boxing Club. I'm happy to train you next year, Chris. You need to get a fight just once in your life, you cheeky bastard. But if Sargon is up for it, he'll be the one who needs training. Thank you. Have I got my weaponry around here? No need to show that off. Ragnar says, play my no-no square for female self-defense. There you go. That's more like it. Good call. Thank you, Rags. The Logical Beast. Is it okay to face fuck those fins? Oh, that wasn't part of the no-no square, was it? I think that. Winston Fujimori, excellent stream, kept me entertained and informed for a few hours. Well done, AIU, Chris. Come join my Modern Warfare 2 clan when it comes out next month. Winston, you might want to go and watch my video on gaming is for children before you ask me that again. But fair play on having Sam Hyde in your avatar. Thoughts on the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipe breaks? I think it was an inside job orchestrated by the Americans. I only found out tonight, Winston, and I was prepping this video, so I don't know anything about it. Devon, have you looked into the Nord Stream breaks?
I have no idea what that is referencing.
It's the Russian energy pipeline that's served in Western Europe. Because Trump, when America was under Trump, they were producing more energy than they needed and were actually selling it. But under Biden, they're begging OPEC to produce more, and OPEC said you can shove it. And when it comes to winter and Putin turns the power off, that'll be a bit weird.
I know the prices have shot up in Europe for energy ridiculously.
Sorry?
The prices for energy in Europe.
There's going to be dead people for sure. There is every year who can't afford it, but it's going up like 400% or 500%.
Yep.
Visionary Companion said, clever saying right here. I don't know what that's about. Ludwig, the final one, get Devon on again. It's been great. 4+ hours. Thank you, Ludwig. We got there, Devon. 4.5 hours is 3:30 in the morning. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my. You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Every time we do a stream, I mean, really, I could go on forever, but I've got to get some sleep. Don't forget, people, top link in the description is Devon's censored TV thing. And when you join it, you don't only get the one he puts out next. There's how many videos you got on there, Devon? I saw about hundreds of videos. So you could sign up, and you don't have to sign up. Devon, are there any like sign up for 6 months discounts or anything?
No, there might be a yearly, but no, you could. They have options.
You don't have to commit to a year or whatever. So get in and a tenner a month really these days, $10 even, not even 10 English. And Devon's a cracking content maker, and trust me, it's hard graft being behind a paywall. So maybe give it a go. And there you go. The link's in the description of this video. If you think about it later and you can't find the link anywhere, just hit me up on Telegram or tell me in a stream, and I'll send you the link. Anything you want to say, Devon, before we end this?
Just a cheeky plug that you can also find me on Patreon or Subscribestar, and it's patreon.com/atheism. And yeah, I send those people all my videos too. And
hang on a minute. Whoa. Yep. So you actually put videos up on Patreon and Subscribestar. When you said that, I didn't know you could do that. I'm on Subscribestar, but I've only got about 6 people. Link in the description, people. So they can see your content on one of those two.
Of course, yeah. That's always been the case and remains to be. So
you should have told me. So say it slowly again. How do they get there? Put the link in the chat, and I'll put it in.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty easy as long as you can spell atheism. It's Patreon.
People
I know. Patreon.com/atheism or Subscribestar.com/atheism.
There you go, people. There's
different tiers, and you get different perks, and you can check it out. But any support, any viewership would be awesome. Love to have you guys.
And don't forget, people, this is Devon's job. I've got another job, but this is Devon's job, and that's why his videos are professional looking, excellent, well-produced videos that have the most incredible commentaries, because he's hilarious. Galileo's tongue said $10 is £10. Tell me about it, mate. My business is in real trouble. Speaking of other jobs, good Lord. When I started, it was a $5. A tenner was $5, and now it's very problematic. There you go, Devon. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Yes, it's really fun, and the time really went by rather quickly. I mean, I was engaged, and I'd like to post this up on Censored if you don't mind, and I'll try to get you some new subs.
Clip it, do whatever you want with it. As long as you link me, that would be nice. Your takeaway, I'd say, would to be watch definitely Maverick and maybe Reacher.
I agree, and I shall be doing that, and that underground fight network that you.
King of the Streets.
Yeah.
King of the Streets. I think you'll be really, when it starts, right, the music it reminds me a lot of your videos. It's this sort of really, really like a low oscillating bass. It's like and the referee's got a balaclava on, and and it's prize fighting. You can go to their website, and it's all, someone told me that when you apply to fight, it's all sort of like you have to send them in a clip of you fighting, and then it's go here, ring this number, a bus will come and get you. It drive, all proper unlicensed sort of very exciting stuff. So yeah, King of the Streets. I'll ping you a link after that.
Brilliant, lovely.
Devon, it was lovely to talk to you last week, and it was lovely to talk to you here, and I'm sure we'll stay in touch, and I'll talk to you again soon.
I can't believe that this is truly happening. I loved it. Thank you, Chris, and look forward to the next one.
Yeah, we'll do it soon. Take care, mate.
Okay, bye.
There you go, people. Devon Tracey. I try not to say it too much, but I've got so much to thank him for, inspiring me to make a channel, telling me how to make a channel, mirroring one of my videos when I had about 200 subs. To wake up to 2,500 subs, it was like, oh, I'm legitimate. I've got an actual channel. And then, agreeing to meet me in London, and we had some funny times, and we've kept in touch ever since. Very few people I've met online have I actually developed actual relationships with, and Devon is one of the few people that I've kept in contact with. and he's not easy. He's not easy. People, I am going to go to bed. It's nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. Let me get some music up. I want to thank everyone who donated. It really, at the moment, it's so, it's always meant a lot when the grift is on, but with the pound against the dollar, I go to bed thinking, wow, how am I going to pay my rent? So it's, amazing. I think we're going to go with a bit of new shoes, would seem to make sense. Thanks to everyone who donated. Don't forget my Substack. Please sign up and give my stories a read. If you don't like them, you can just never go back there. If you put your email in, any new one I write will be sent to you. You don't get loads of spam. You'll just get any new one I write. And I'm writing one. A lot of you have heard a bit of it, but I'm going to give you the full story. It's about the crack house when the man decided to have a number 2 in the middle of the room in front of everyone. But that's not the main story. There's actually a story to one of my shorts, which is very weird. But check out that. It's the second link in the description, Substack. Thanks to Rags and the Boy Crave for looking after it. And massive thanks to all of you lot for hanging around and listening to me and Devon talking for 4 and nearly 3/4 hours. That is a privilege to have a stream, and it's a privilege that you come back. That really means a lot to me. I love it here, and bless you all. This is a lesser known 90s band singing their skag anthem, New Shoes. Take it away, household. Ta-da! I'm telling you, Putin's going to turn those taps off. Even if they didn't do the Nord Stream, he'll just turn them off come winter. Of course he will. I almost guarantee it. Never be 100% though.
I'm stupid, I'm lazy, but in the discotheque I still look crazy. Love me, baby.
Hello, Dawn. I thought you'd got a bed.
The truth escapes. Summertime, we can get new shoes. I'll have brown and you can get the blues. I'm knackered, I'm fading, but in the right light I still look vaguely human. Happy, it won't be long before we cave in. Summertime, we can get new shoes. I'll have brown and you can get the blues. You can get
It's on YouTube somewhere, mate. It's on YouTube. Dawn, that's amazing you sat through that. It must be well late there. Well early. 1 or 2. A like would be nice.
Love me, and I feel the same again tonight. Summertime, we can get new shoes. I'll have brown and you can get the blues. You can get the blues. You can get the blues. You can get the blues.
there you go. Amazing. Look after yourselves, people. Go on, piss off down your own end, or you get clipped around the ear. Hoita!